like now to have us all seated so that we can all rise, and we have the national anthem and the EAC anthem so that we can get started officially in way of prayer with the national anthem and then the EAC anthem, one stanza each. I believe you're ready. Let's all rise.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Asante. You may have your seats. Thank you. Check. All right, let me just use this for the interest of time. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to you. My name is Mark Masai. I'll be your master of ceremony for the 2 sessions, the 2 days that we will be here, convened as stakeholders, as partners. And it's good to see some familiar faces and some who we will be able to connect, which is why we are all here. And I'd like to appreciate the presence of, by nation, of course, starting with the continent, those who are from Congo. Tafadhali tuinue mikono ama hata mnaweza simama tafadhali, just to recognize you. Just raise your hand or even stand up. Yes, asante ndugu. Yes, we have the 3 brothers there from Congo. Karibuni, karibuni. Welcome to our brothers. I believe I met someone from Rwanda. Rwanda, yes, we have representation from Rwanda there. And we have representation from Uganda. Ugandan representatives, yes. Karibuni nyote. And do we have representation? Of course we have representation from Kenya. Why don't you all give yourselves a hand? Our host nation, the Kenyans. Karibuni nyote. This is, of course, with the continent in mind, given our agenda and our focus for this convening, the Adaptation Investment Summit for Africa 2026, which is brought to you by the Kenya Climate Ventures and co-conveners who are with us as well, that we'd like to appreciate: UNIDO, the Collaborative for Frontier Finance, Impact Investing Kenya, CARE Denmark, and CLASP. And also, I'd like just to ask, in terms of representation from the organizations that you are here on behalf, the investors. If you're an investor in the room, please raise your hand. Yes, it's good to see you. It's good to see you. Yes, and it's important that I do this because people want to locate you and interact with you. The fund managers as well, and I'm sure some of us will couple up as some of those 2 titles. And as well, development partners. You could just raise your hand, please. We just want to identify you. Policymakers, that's government, of course. We have enterprises represented here. And many of those enterprises we will meet. Asanteni sana. And just to ask those of us here who are human, please raise your hand. There's a reason why I ask that. Because as humans, there's something that is common since time immemorial. From way back in the day, we have had to adapt for one reason or other. And that is why you are here. For the ecosystem that you represent, you have had to adapt personally, as an organization. And that is why we are here, specifically for climate finance, adaptive climate finance, which informs our theme. And we would like to be able to have, just to set the context in terms of our host, to set the context for us, I'd like to call on Bwana Victor Ndiege, who is our CEO for Kenya Climate Ventures. Please give him a hand. He tends to be a bit shy, but until he gets to the stage and starts speaking, then you know why he is CEO. Karibu to you, Victor.
So my job is, today my job is very, very, very small and quick. And so of course I have the board chairs here. My name is Victor Ndiege. I'm the CEO of Kenya Climate Ventures. I want to say again that we have the KCV board and the guests that we have today. So when the board is around, the CEO just introduces them and calls somebody to speak. So at this point, I want to invite the vice chair of the board of Kenya Climate Ventures, Rispa. Rispa may be known to most of you. Just come. And she will make the speech on behalf of Kenya Climate Ventures. Karibu sana, Rispa.
Tumpe makofi akija to stage. Our vice chair, Rispa Nalo. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Victor. Good morning, everyone. From where I'm standing, you look so good. Yeah, we thank God for this day and converging us here for the summit. I stand here representing our board chair who wasn't able to come and attend. So our chief guest and distinguished keynote speakers, let me just mention His Excellency Ambassador Gideon Peha, His Excellency Chief Dalubamba, members of the Diplomatic Corps, representatives of national and county governments, development partners, leaders from the financial sector, investors, entrepreneurs, members of KCV board, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor and privilege for me to welcome you to the Adaptation Investment Summit for Africa 2026. To everyone who's traveled from across Kenya, and we could see the diversity within this room and across Africa from different parts of the world, thank you for being here. Your presence demonstrates something very important, that climate adaptation is no longer a niche environmental conversation. It has become a development priority, an economic imperative, and increasingly, an investment opportunity. As I look around, I'm struck by the diversity of institutions also represented here. The government, investors, development finance institutions, commercial banks, entrepreneurs, researchers, development partners, and policymakers, all who have come together with one shared purpose: to accelerate climate adaptation across Africa. That in itself is very encouraging. Because if there's one lesson that climate change has taught us, it's that none of us can solve this challenge by ourselves. We can't do this alone. The reality before us is truly undeniable. Across our continent, climate change is no longer a predication for the future. It is affecting lives and livelihoods every day. Farmers are experiencing prolonged drought and unpredictable rainfall, communities themselves grappling with floods that have destroyed homes as well as infrastructure. Businesses themselves navigating disrupted supply chains, declining productivity, and increasing uncertainty. Every sector of our economy is feeling the effects of the changing climate. Yet despite these challenges, I remain extremely optimistic, not because the risks are becoming smaller, but because we have seen remarkable ingenuity, resilience, and determination across Africa. Every day, entrepreneurs are designing technologies that are helping farmers produce more with less water. Financial institutions are beginning to develop products that respond to climate risks. Researchers, on the other hand, generating evidence that shapes better policy. Governments strengthening regulatory frameworks. Investors, they're increasingly recognizing that resilience is not simply about protecting the communities. It is also about creating sustainable economic value. Africa is not short of ideas, and we are not short of innovation. Africa is certainly not short of ambition. The question before us is whether we are creating the conditions that allow these ideas to flourish. From where we sit, both as an investment professionals, but also as the board of KCV, I believe there are three fundamental challenges that continue to limit the pace with which climate adaptation solutions can grow. The first is the financing gap. Across Africa, we have extraordinary enterprises developing climate adaptation solutions that improve food security, strengthen water resilience, restore ecosystems, and support vulnerable communities. Yet many of these businesses still struggle to access the kind of capital that they need to grow. Too often, adaptation enterprises fall into what we may call the missing middle. They are too advanced for grant funding, yet they are considered too risky for conventional finance. As a result, promising businesses with enormous potential remain grossly undercapitalized, not because they lack ideas or value, but because our financial systems may not have evolved as quick enough to meet their needs. If we are serious about accelerating adaptation, then we must become equally serious about rethinking finance. We need more patient capital, stronger blended finance structures, innovative investment instruments, and greater collaboration between the public and private finance. Above all, we need financial systems that recognize climate adaptation as a strategic investment in Africa's future. But finance is not enough alone. Even when innovative businesses manage to secure capital, many will encounter yet another challenge, which is the commercialization gap. Across our continent, we have brilliant innovators developing practical solutions to real climate challenges. Too many of these innovations never reach commercial stage. They remain successful pilot projects, but never become successful businesses. Innovation by itself does not transform economies, but markets do. Our responsibility, therefore, is to simply celebrate innovation, not only to celebrate innovation, but to ensure that innovation reaches the customers, creates the jobs, attracts investments, and becomes commercially sustainable. Climate adaptation must move beyond projects and become enterprise. It must move beyond ideas and become industry. And then there is what I believe perhaps is the most important challenge of all, which is the ecosystem gap. No entrepreneur will succeed in isolation. No investor will build the markets alone. No government will be able to transform an economy on its own. Real progress happens when institutions come and work together. When policy enables investment, when finance supports innovation, when research informs enterprise, when development partners collaborate with the private sector, when entrepreneurs have access not only to capital, but also to markets, to mentorship, to technical assistance, and to enabling regulation. That is what an ecosystem looks like. And that is exactly what we will be gathered here over the next 2 days for. This summit is much more than just a conference. It is a platform for collaboration. It is a platform for us to learn. It is a platform for us to strengthen our partnerships. But most importantly, it is a platform for us to take action. Over the next 2 days, we will challenge assumptions. We will explore new financing models. We will announce new partnerships. We will launch new initiatives. We will hear from leaders who are shaping the future of climate adaptation across Africa, and we will showcase enterprises that are proving that resilience and commercial success can go hand in hand. This year is especially significant for us as Kenya Climate Ventures. As we convene this summit, we're also celebrating 10 years of enterprise-led climate impact investing. 10 years ago, KCV began its journey as a pilot climate investment facility under KCIC, that's the Kenya Climate Innovation Center, established with the support of the Royal Embassy of Denmark through Danida and the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. Our ambition was simple, but it was bold, which was to demonstrate that climate-smart enterprises could become commercially viable when provided with the right blend of patient capital, of technical assistance, and strategic partnership. Over the decade, that vision has continued to evolve. What began as a pilot initiative has now grown into a CMA, that's Capital Markets Authority, licensed special climate-focused fund manager and impact investor. A milestone that reflects the confidence placed in KCV and our commitment to the highest standards of governance, accountability, and professional investment management. Along the way, we have evolved beyond financing enterprises to building an ecosystem that supports innovation, strengthens business, unlocks investments, and connects entrepreneurs to markets. Over this decade, KCV has supported 20 climate enterprises through 23 investments round. We've leveraged over 22.36 million USD in follow-on financing, strengthening business opportunities for more than 3,300 MSMEs, and enhanced the climate resilience of 154,000 households. Behind every one of these numbers I've mentioned are businesses that have grown, their livelihoods that have been strengthened, and communities that are now better prepared to face the realities of climate change. This is what enterprise-led climate adaptation looks like in practice, and it gives us a lot of confidence that investing in resilience delivers measurable social and environmental returns. As our institution has grown, so too has the strength and diversity of our partnerships. We have learned that no single institution can transform Africa's adaptation landscape alone. Today, I'm particularly encouraged that this summit marks the beginning of yet another exciting chapter in that journey. Over the next 2 days, we will witness the launch of new partnerships that will strengthen enterprise development, expand access to climate adaptation finance, and develop collaboration across Africa. Partnerships with institutions like UNIDO, CARE Denmark, and many others who are all represented here today demonstrate that our collective ambition will continue to grow and that together we can build stronger markets and more resilient economies. None of this would have been possible without the visionary leadership of our board chair, Mr. Eric Kimani, through whose stewardship we have dedicated ourselves as a board and management and helped shape KCV into the institution it is today. I wish to also recognize our shareholder, the Kenya Climate Innovation Center, whose support has been foundational to our journey, as well as the long-standing partners, including the Royal Embassy of Denmark through Danida and the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, and the many investors, development partners, collaborators who have believed in our vision over the past decade. Your trust and partnership have enabled us to grow from a bold idea into an institution that has helped shape Africa's climate adaptational investment landscape. As we celebrate this milestone, we do so not as a destination reached, but as a foundation for our next chapter. The work ahead for us remains immense. Africa's adaptation financing continues to grow. Climate risks continue to evolve. But so too does our collective ambition. My hope is that when we leave this summit, we leave with more than knowledge. I hope we leave with new partnership, new investments, new ideas, new commitments, because ultimately, the success of this summit will not be measured by the quality of presentations here and the number of delegates in attendance, but it will be measured by what happens when we leave this room. Will capital flow into adaptation enterprises? Will stronger partnerships have emerged? Will new businesses scale? Will more communities be more resilient? Those are the questions that will define the success of this summit. So, ladies and gentlemen, the future of climate adaptation in Africa is not determined by the severity of the climate crisis alone. It will be determined by the decisions we make today and tomorrow. The partnerships we forge, the investments we mobilize, the policies that we will champion, and the confidence we place in Africa entrepreneurs to build solutions that our continent and indeed that our world needs. Let us therefore, over the next 2 days, think boldly to challenge convention, to build trust, to move from dialogue to action, because climate adaptation is no longer simply about surviving climate change. It's about building stronger economies, more competitive businesses, more resilient communities, and a more prosperous Africa. And with those remarks, it is my great pleasure to officially welcome all of you to the Adaptation Investment Summit for Africa. I wish you 2 days of inspiring conversations, meaningful partnerships, as well as bold commitments. Asanteni sana.
Asante sana. Let's give a hand to the Vice Chair of the Board of KCV, Madam Rispa Alaro Mkoto, for those remarks and setting the way and the stage for the conversations that will follow, as well as a context that will be set by different partners and different stakeholders in the same ecosystem that we are in. And for this, I'd like to call on next Ms. Elizabeth Wilson Machioli, the Senior Advisor, Climate and Green Transition from the Royal Embassy of Denmark here in Kenya. She is representative there, so let's give her a hand as she comes to the stage. And you may hear one or two sounds on the speakers. We do have a virtual audience on the KCV official pages on YouTube as well as on LinkedIn, just as we adjust the mic there for Elizabeth to be heard well. And that's why also she's being followed by the virtual audience. We'd like to see her clearly as she gives her remarks. Karibu, Elizabeth.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Your Excellency, the Ambassador of Israel, Mr. Gideon, and His Royal Highness, Senior Chief from Zambia, and the Principal Secretary, Engineer Festus Ngeno, who we're expecting in this room, and all invited and esteemed guests, I greet you this morning. Good morning again. Yes, on behalf of Denmark in Kenya, it's an extreme pleasure to be at this event and to be able to speak at this event. I don't know what excites you about being in this meeting this morning, but for me, on behalf of Denmark, there are two things that I've thought about that are quite exciting about being in this summit. Firstly, it has to do with the main convener of this summit, the Kenya Climate Ventures, and secondly, it has to do with the theme of this summit. So I believe our previous speaker, the Vice Chair of KCV, has alluded to that. But I'll say it again, that Denmark was very instrumental in the birth of KCV, which was way back in 2015-2016. And I mean, not in a superficial way, but in a way that we can tell you where joint A, nut B, bolt C are located in KCV. But I'll spare you the details. So just to say that at the time when KCV was established, we were already doing quite a lot of work around clean tech, and that is with the Kenya Climate Innovation Center, that we consider the real parent of KCV. And so KCV was coming to augment work that we were already doing here in Kenya. We have since journeyed with KCV from 2015 to date, and actually from 2022, we've had a direct partnership with KCV because we recognize KCV has come of age. And it's a partnership that we have carried forward up to mid of this year. And it's been such a great pleasure working with KCV and seeing their ambition growing from step to step, level to level. So it's a moment of huge pride to be here at this summit and to see KCV scaling very great heights. Very pleased to see KCV convening people from Africa and beyond in this summit to discuss this very important subject matter around adaptation investment. And I'll still repeat part of what our Vice Chair has said. We are very proud of KCV that last year they got licensed as a fund manager by the Capital Markets Authority, and not just a fund manager, but really one that is going to be focusing on climate finance, a first of its kind. So we are very proud of KCV for that achievement that they achieved last year. And more exciting for us is to know that KCV has attracted other suitors, and it's been alluded to already. And it feels like a parent when you know that you've raised your child well, right? You've raised your child well, and they are managing to attract suitors who are in this room today. And I understand we are going to have more elaborate sessions of launching the partnerships that are going to come out of this new interest that has arisen on KCV from two very key organizations, UNIDO and Care Denmark. So we are very proud as Denmark. And if it was in an African wedding or an engagement party, this is what I'd be telling UNIDO and Care Denmark, that we are handing you a child without blemish, right? And we are handing you a child with enormous endowments. And the next time we see this child, we still don't want to see a blemish on them, right? And we want to see them having even more endowments. That is how it goes in an African setting. So it's a moment of great pride for us. So the second reason I said we are pleased to be here is really the theme of this summit, about adaptation. And I was just reflecting way back in 2009, and I'm happy to see my former boss in this room. Hi, Anne. Yeah, way back in 2009, the Climate COP, the 15th Climate COP was held in Denmark in Copenhagen. And I don't know if many of you know this, but that is the place where the idea of financial pledges, the $100 billion per year pledge, that is where the idea came from. I don't know how many of you know that. You don't. At least we have a few people who know. That is where it first came up in Denmark. And, very interesting, after that COP, there was a feeling, I wasn't at the embassy at the time, but I think Anne was there. There was a feeling across the embassy and back in headquarters that COP was not successful. But looking back now, I think that is a COP that moved people from let's stop talking, let's do something, let's put our money where our mouths are, right? So I would say that as we convene here talking about adaptation financing, I would say that there is a contribution that was made in that COP in 2009. And secondly, during that COP, that is where adaptation was really emphasized and highlighted, and there was a discussion there. There were actually decisions and frameworks that were discussed at that COP, and saying that we need to really understand that adaptation is really an imperative that we need to look into more. We need more cooperation around adaptation. So I just wanted to say that at this point, and to really say that this is why this theme has been very near and dear to me, as I think about that we are going to be here 2 days talking about adaptation, and then I thought about the history that came out of Copenhagen. And I want to say that it didn't stop after the 2009 COP. Denmark went all out. We've had our climate ambition really going through the roof. We had a special fund that used to be called Fast Start Climate Change Fund that came out of Denmark after that COP. And from there, I think there's been a lot of progress. And I would say that presently, our climate finance, 60% of it is actually dedicated to adaptation, right? And I would say that we've continued to really show ambition in climate financing. And we are among the first countries that actually went out to finance loss and damage. And I don't know how many of you know that. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm not saying all that just to blow our trumpet. What I'm trying to underline here is, and the ambassador of Israel was talking about it earlier this morning, that we've talked enough about climate change. What we need now is actually action. What we need is more investment. We need to actually come at this problem more practically and beyond the talks, right? So there's something else I wanted to just say over here. I wanted to share a little account about a debate I was listening to the other day. And it was a debate by two very opinionated gentlemen. And one of them was advocating about investing more in mitigation. And the second gentleman was advocating more for investing in adaptation. And I think a lot of you can guess how that conversation went. We had the first gentleman actually saying that he felt mitigation projects are very straightforward. Mitigation projects have a business case, they're bankable, and that's the reason why we need to fund them more. and because the problem we are trying to attack right now is global warming. And how best do you attack global warming? You come up with projects that reduce emissions. Isn't that the case? Right? And so this second gentleman was asking the first one, that's okay. We can go ahead and fund all the mitigation projects in the world. But we have to recognize, as we do that, there are people who are losing their lives. There are people who are losing their livelihoods as we continue to fund mitigation. So at the end of the day, when we address global warming, we are addressing consequences of historical emissions, and we are forgetting the impacts that those historical emissions have had. And this is not to say, I'm not standing here trying to say that let's fund adaptation more and forget about mitigation. What I'm trying to say is that these things have to move hand in hand. And it brought me back to before my life at the embassy. I was an activist, and I don't know how many of you met me in my activist days, but I was an activist. And I know I look like a very soft lady, but I was an activist in my past life. And one of the things we used to talk about in those days, we used to have this example about sitting by the bank of a river, and you see a baby floating down the river. And the question used to be, what do you do? What would you do? Anyone? You're thinking, and there's a baby floating down the river. What will you do? You'll jump in and save the baby, right? And then you save that baby, you're sitting there, and a second baby floats down the river. What will you do? You'll save that one too, right? And a third one, and a fourth one, and a fifth one, and you'll save them, right? But then we asked, really, are you going to sit there until the 20th and the 30th baby comes there? And we debated for a long time, and we concluded that you cannot be sitting there saving those babies. You have to save the babies as you go upstream to find out who in the name of Earth is throwing babies down a river, right? And why are they doing it, and how do you stop it, right? And that is how we see mitigation and adaptation. They have to be done in that kind of a manner. We have to address the issues around adaptation as we try to look at how to address mitigation. They have to go hand in hand. So they are not one or the other type of choice. So it's really something that I hope we are going to speak about more in these 2 days. We are going to leave here having discussed how we want to really increase investment in adaptation, right? So, and I wanted to also say that one saying that I've been listening to, I've been really reflecting upon, is one that I had at the end of that debate, where this gentleman said, the guy who was facilitating the debate, he said, when you're addressing mitigation, you're really addressing the climate system, you're protecting the climate system. But when you're addressing adaptation, you are protecting the people who are within this climate system. So at the end of the day, I think that's the mindset we've got to have when we are saying that we want to see more dollars go towards investment in adaptation. So, and if I ask each of you right now for an example of what is really going on in your world, in terms of climate impacts that you're aware of, you would all have an example. Right now, closer home in Kenya, we are staring at very massive crop failures in the grain basket. And that's coming from rain failure, which is of course coming from climate change. And when we look at it, it tells us that this is really something we need to think about in the African context, that this is the reality of what the people on the ground are facing. They are facing consequences that need us to reconsider where our climate finances are flowing. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will just reiterate what the previous speaker has said. It's all well and good that we're going to be here for 2 days. We're going to speak a lot about adaptation investment, and I'm sure we'll come out of here with superb ideas, but what really counts is what we do beyond this summit. When we get back to our offices, when we get back to our boardrooms, when we get back to our investment committees where we sit, when we get back into our development programming roles, our community mobilization roles, that is what really counts. The question will be, will you keep the agenda alive when you get back to your day-to-day life? And that is really the small challenge that I want to present to this summit today. Really my remarks were that brief, and I'll end it at this point by saying thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Not only have you given us history, but you've given us perspective. Obviously, yes, representing the Royal Embassy of Denmark, but the history of the midwifery process, if I could call it that, and the history that has brought KCV to where it is today, 10 years on. And of course, we are here to look at the 10 years to come. That's why everyone here is convened for that. Thank you for also reminding us it's not just mitigation, it's not just adaptation, it's not one or the other, it is doing it together. And as well, doing it together as we are all represented here. Speaking of representation, from the Royal Embassy of Denmark, now let's hear from His Royal Highness, Senior Chief Professor King Shimombo Nalubamba, from the Mbeza Royal Establishment and University of Zambia. Let's give him a hand as he comes up to the stage. And please, no pressure for the next speaker, but yes, this is what we were talking about on the dress code and the attire that His Royal Highness has on. Asante sana and karibu, Kenya.
Thank you very much, MC. Elizabeth, when you were talking, I was wondering, she's talking about everything I want to talk about, but I still have some things to share with the audience, I think. Now this picture, I don't know whether it makes me younger or older, but I think pictures tell lies. But let me speak the truth to the audience today. So, Your Excellency, the ambassador from Israel to Kenya, honorable ministries and the people representing these ministries, representatives of government, the United Nations, and development partners, Mr. Victor Ndiengi, the CEO of the Kenya Climate Ventures, and the entire KCV team, distinguished representatives of development finance institutions, investors, and climate funds, captains of industry, entrepreneurs, and ecosystem actors, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to be given this opportunity to address the Adaptation Investment Summit for Africa 2026. I commend the Kenya Climate Ventures and its partners for convening a platform that is not merely discussing adaptation as it is, but asking the harder and more difficult questions. How do we finance this? How do we scale it up and make it work for ordinary African communities where I come from? I also commend KCV as it marks 10 years, as earlier alluded to by the board vice chairperson, of climate impact investing. And I hope the next 10 years for the next decade, you move from adaptation, from these conference rooms where we are today, into the villages where I come from these concepts that we talk about here in these conferences to enterprises, as you had alluded to earlier, and also from vulnerability into investable resilience. Your Excellencies, representatives from ministries, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, today I have a rather unique thing I want to talk about. I want to talk about a thief. This is a thief who does not carry a weapon, but leaves household wounded. A thief who doesn't break in through doors or windows, but enters through the sky when the rains fell. A thief that does not steal money directly from our pockets, but steals maize from our fields. It steals grass from our pastures and plains. It steals water from boreholes, and milk from the calabash, and hope from children. This thief is called climate change in these conferences. That is why this summit matters, because adaptation finance is not an abstract financial instrument. Properly directed, it is how we protect households, rebuild livelihoods, strengthen rural enterprises, and prevent climate shocks from becoming permanent poverty in rural areas. East Africa, yes, as you said, may have its climate challenges, but still, coming from Southern Africa, I envy Kenya because you have 2 rainy seasons. Distinguished delegates, where I come from, rainfall is not just a weather pattern. Yes, scientists measure rainfall in millimeters, but in our villages, climate change-induced rainfall scarcity is measured in different matrices. Meals that are missed, animals that are lost, children withdrawn from school, and futures quietly interrupted. We speak often in these conferences about emissions, climate finance, adaptation, resilience, and other factors. Yes, these conversations are necessary and essential, but with your indulgence, I wish to speak candidly about something we seldom measure as matrices. That's another climate crisis that does not appear clearly in our statistics. It unfolds quietly in homes. It steals hope long before it destroys crops and harvests and livestock productivity. This is the human cost of climate change. And this year, as articulated earlier, an El Nino is expected and is forecast. This is not a distant warning for most of us in Southern Africa. For us, it's not only a meteorological alert that is being given by scientists. We hear a warning that this thief may return through another failed season, indiscriminately stealing water, pasture, harvest, livestock values, school fees, and household dignity. Southern Africa cannot afford to treat adaptation as a future agenda. We need to address it now. I have watched this tragedy unfold, not from a conference room like today, but from villages and communities entrusted to my care in the Nalubamba Chiefdom in Namola district of southern Zambia. Allow me to tell you a story, not because it's exceptional, but because it has become painfully common and ordinary to the extent where we're now accepting it as normal. When the harvest fails, a family that once harvested enough maize to feed itself sufficiently suddenly has barely enough food to eat. They have nothing to sell to purchase what they need for day-to-day living. School fees are delayed. The child who should have been preparing for final examinations remains at home because they have nothing to pay towards school fees. Weeks become months. Sometimes when a drought is followed by climate change-induced flash floods, months can become years. The extreme vulnerability enters the households. Promises of money, protection, and opportunity can become pathways to exploitation. Too many young ladies, girls become mothers while they're still children themselves as a result of their family's vulnerability. A future that could have produced an engineer, a teacher, a doctor, a scientist, or an entrepreneur quietly slips away because of climate change. Distinguished delegates, this is why climate change is not merely damaged crops, it actually damages human possibility in our communities. This is the climate story change that I witness day in, day out, year 1, year 2, year 3, and year on. This is why, for me, climate change is not merely an environmental issue. It is a humanitarian issue. It's a moral issue. It's a matter of justice. But it is also an investment and market system issue. When rural people lose productive capacity, markets weaken, food systems become unstable, and the social risk increases everywhere, in our rural areas as well as in urban areas that depend on these rural areas. The rural community must, therefore, not be seen only as a victim of climate change. It must also be seen as a production base, a market, a source of innovation, and a serious destination for adaptation investment. Distinguished delegates, we can no longer wait for solutions that are designed far away from the communities that are most affected by climate change. In that regard, our royal establishment has chosen to take action rather than hesitation and wait. We are developing a climate adaptation investment platform through which the royal establishment wants to work with government of Zambia, entrepreneurs, development finance institutions, climate funds, and philanthropists to develop investment so that they can provide investment for us. This platform is not intended merely to finance isolated projects. It's intended to finance a holistic transformation production. So not just getting one baby after the other, but also looking where the source of the babies is coming from, market access, and also resilience. We are prepared to make land available through lawful, consultative, and community benefiting processes, working with the government, investors, local communities to ensure that adaptation investment protects the rights, creates livelihoods, and leaves lasting value in our chiefdom. Because leadership requires that we invest alongside those whom we invite to invest with us. Our vision, therefore, goes beyond a solar or a wind power station, as energy is only the beginning. Our proposed model is simple: renewable energy to provide production, water and cold chain infrastructure to reduce climate change losses, livestock and agro processing to raise rural incomes, guaranteed markets to protect farmers, and technical and vocational skills to ensure that young people own the transformation. This is the logic behind the proposed Mbeza solar power project that we're proposing, the proposed Mbeza ultra-modern beef processing plant as we lie in the beef economic zone of the country. Properly structured, these are not isolated projects. They're part of an ecosystem that we're trying to develop along adaptation, where we're connecting power, production, processing, value addition, markets, jobs, and the dignity of our people. They can help young women find opportunity rather than exploitation, and help young men discover enterprise instead of despair. To achieve this, patient capital, referred to earlier, is not optional, it's necessary. Project preparation is also not a luxury, it's necessary. Technical vocation, education is not an add-on, but it must be part of the fabric that makes us be successful in this model we're proposing. For me, this summit is more than an opportunity to gather actors who can close the implementation gap, traditional leaders, entrepreneurs, financiers, researchers, development practitioners, and the private investor. Further, I think that together we possess the knowledge, the capital, the technology, enterprise, and model, and the political wills to attain or achieve what we want to achieve to fight climate change. The challenge is no longer simply to describe the problem of climate change. The challenge is to structure partnerships that can move capital into bankable adaptation opportunities that are taken where the people live and work. Distinguished delegates, if climate change is stealing futures, then adaptation investment must become the instrument through which Africa protects its future. Let us finance the water systems, the cold chains, the renewable energy, and rural enterprises, the livestock value chains, and the skills that allow our people to not merely survive climate change, but also to overcome climate change. To this summit, therefore, I submit 3 clear asks. First, partner with us and other rural areas on project preparation, feasibility safeguards, and investment securing. Secondly, help mobilize blended and patient capital for renewable energy, cold chain, livestock, water security, agro-processing, and rural enterprise in all these rural areas where most of the affected people live. Thirdly, work with us to build the skills pipeline, especially for women and young people, so that rural communities do not remain only beneficiaries of adaptation finance, but become owners and operators of these adaptation enterprises. Permit me to conclude with this conviction. Firstly, adaptation that does not reach our villages is only a theory. Secondly, the rural communities is not merely a beneficiary of adaptation finance, it's an investment frontier, a productive base, and a source of Africa's resilience. As alluded to earlier, history will not remember us for these conferences that we attend. History will remember us for the futures that we financed, the communities that we strengthened, and the young people whose hope we protected. May the Almighty God bless your endeavors in this summit and all the partners we have here. May He bless our beloved nations. May He bless Africa. I thank you. Asanteni sana. Merci beaucoup to the DRC people, Tolumbaji Party, for our people back in Zambia. Thank you very much for your attention. And as I say again, God bless all of you.
Asante sana to His Royal Highness Senior Chief Professor King Shimombo Nalubamba. And I believe he'll still be here with us. I'm sure many of you would want to interact with him and pick a few of his thoughts. And I like the metrics there that he's talked about the humanity or humanness of us all. Perhaps that chimes in with what I said earlier, how many of us are human. We do have some evidence in the headlines that there are terrestrial activities present, but we are all human here, and that's what connects each and every one of us, and the need for adaptation nonetheless. So let me call on someone who will speak to the same in many ways in terms of partnerships and what has worked, not only in their space and in their reality, but what they would hope to see work in partnerships that we will witness today on stage. It won't just be remarks, there will actually be commitment that will be made in your witness, in the witness of the world, in terms of our live stream that is on KCV YouTube page as we speak right now. So let's call on stage and invite on stage His Excellency Gideon Behar, the Ambassador of Israel to Kenya, and Ambassador designated to Uganda, Tanzania, Malawi, and the Seychelles, UNEP and UN Habitat. Karibu sana balozi, tumpe makofi tafadhali akija.
Good morning. I'm Jumbo. People hear me at the back of the hall? I hope so. I think that this is a very important conference, and I really appreciate convening this conference because the topic of investment for adaptation is a very important one. Now, before I touch upon the exact point, I want to say that in the last 6 years before arriving here in Kenya, I was Israel's special envoy for climate change and sustainability. And I've been deeply involved in issues related to climate change, adaptation and mitigation, regional cooperation, international cooperation, and very much in finding practical solutions to the climate crisis. I firmly believe that we have to move from slogans into actions. Okay, I've been to the recent 6 COPs, okay, where we have talked about climate change. I haven't seen much coming out of that. Much hasn't come out because it was talks and talks and talks. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to move into actions. And actions, even if they are small ones, they are impactful if they are tangible. As His Royal Highness has said here, he wants to see adaptation in the villages in Africa. This is where we have to bring adaptation, and this is where we have to bring the finance of adaptation to these places, to Kenya, to Zambia, to Mozambique, to developing countries. This is where finance and adaptation is needed. Now, when we talk about adaptation, we have to speak about 3 levels. One is the national level. The second one is the regional one. And the third one is the international one. Now let me elaborate on these issues. Let's start with the national level. What are the impacts we have when we speak about adaptation? First of all, we have to identify in what ways climate change is affecting us. Okay? So in what ways climate change is affecting Kenya or Zambia or Senegal? The effects are temperatures are rising, there are more droughts, there are more heat waves, more extreme events like floods. Sea level is rising, but also in some places like here in Kenya, Lake Bogura, Naivasha, etc., also a level rise of lakes. and melting of snow caps like Kilimanjaro. So these are basically the major impacts of climate change here in Kenya, but in general in Africa. I will repeat them again. Sea level is rising, temperatures are rising, there are more extreme events like floods, and there is less rain in many places. Okay, we have now to prepare ourselves and to give answers to these effects. Bearing in mind what are the repercussions of these events. So most of them in Africa will meet us at the area of food security, okay? Because most of Africa's economy is still based on agriculture. So food security is the most important thing for adaptation in Africa. Let me repeat it again. Food security is the most important thing to adapt in Africa. Okay? Population is growing and there is less rain, less water, higher temperatures, more droughts, more effect. This is where our efforts must be made in food security. So what are the answers if we have defined the problem? So the answers are, we have to move into irrigation, irrigated agriculture. Only about 2% of agriculture in Kenya or in Africa is done by irrigation. Rain-fed agriculture is the norm. We must move into irrigated agriculture, more drip irrigation. Reforestation, very important. Water harvesting, very important. We have to move into horticulture. On the regional level, we will see more movement of people, refugees, etc. International level, we will see more food security problems, etc. So, what do we need to do? Irrigation and adapt the financial system to our needs. The investment will come from African sources. We must find African solutions to the issues of adaptation finance. For instance, let us speak about green M-Pesa. Green M-Pesa, why M-Pesa that we use every day cannot be green and used for our resources? More green bonds, more blue bonds. Let us talk about insurance, micro-insurance for the small farmers. For small farmers don't have micro-insurance. If they lose their harvests, then they are done. So there must be also insurance for small finance. Green pensions, our pensions should be green. And the money in the pension funds should be used for adaptation. This is how we generate resources for our needs. Believe me, we here in Africa should not put our future in the hands of forces outside of Africa. The solutions must be done here. There is enough possibilities to create money here. Again, green bonds, blue bonds, green M-Pesa, green insurance, all of it. We can generate things here. And this is how we will control, and people here will control their future. Let me say also a few things about the activities of the Israeli embassy in terms of climate change. We have brought here the first ever mobile climate laboratory that measures climate effects and climate data, the first of its kind in Africa, brought by the Weizmann Institute. It is staying here in Kenya 1 year, then it will move to Tanzania and then to other countries in Africa to close the climate gap, data gap that we have in this continent. There is very little data on climate change in Africa, and this lab will close it. We also have initiated the first ever Youth Climate Lab, Youth Climate Conference, Israel, Kenya, and the students on both sides of, on two different continents, were tasked with finding practical solutions to the climate crisis. We are here to work with our partners in Kenya and in Africa to bring innovation, to bring technologies, to bring assistance, to bring experience, how to irrigate, how to desalinate, how to purify wastewater. We purify in Israel 96% of all the sewage water. We are now immune to droughts because of it. So let us work together, and please, my message to you is, come with tangible solutions, even if the solutions are very small. Every small solution is important. Solutions that are applicable, that can be applied to the conditions needed here in Africa, so that people on the small farmers, the poor people that earn $1, $2 a day, can be prepared to the climate crisis. This is what we have to do. So I thank you very much. I wish you a very successful conference. Mungu awabariki, Mungu abariki Kenya, na Mungu abariki Israel, and Mungu abariki mazingira yetu. Asanteni sana.
Amina, asante sana Balozi Gideon Behar for your challenge there and the reflections that we need to act and act now. We've done a lot of talking over the years, and there are examples, and it's not far removed, it's not out of space. It is right here in this world that is working for others and can work for the continent. So as we move to that, and he's also touched on some of the themes that we'll be addressing in the breakout sessions and in the other sessions that we're getting into, that is greening the financial ecosystem and climate adaptation and markets with green M-Pesa, green insurance, green pension. So he has touched on it, and we'll be hearing about it. So let's hear with representation here from our Principal Secretary, from Dr. Engineer Festus, who has, in his absence, said that we will be hearing from Bwana Thomas Lerenten Lelekoitien, the Deputy Director Climate Adaptation from the Environment, Forestry and Climate Change, Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry. Tumpe makofi akija to podium to give us the address on behalf of the Principal Secretary. Karibu, Bwana Director.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, first, I wish to bring the apologies from the Principal Secretary. He really wanted to be here, but because of other official duties that came this morning, he could not make it. And secondly, really to appreciate and welcome all of you. I know we have several colleagues from different countries in Africa. You are welcome. We say in Kenya, Karibu Sana. And now to go to the speech of the PS. Your Excellency, Ambassador from Israel, Your Highness, King from Zambia, all colleagues, all protocols observed, good morning. It's really a very exciting moment for us, and specifically for me, who coordinates adaptation, that we're having this meeting this morning, that finally we are raising the profile of adaptation, and specifically on issues of adaptation financing. For you who follow this space on climate change, you know that for a long time, the focus has been on mitigation, just because, as my colleague said from Danish Embassy, they say it's very easy to come up with a bankable project. It's very easy to have a very good project that will, give a lot of bottom line in terms of profits. But for adaptation, it has been a challenge because you cannot get a lot of money or make a lot of money from the vulnerable communities that you are supposed to support to adapt on climate change. Yeah, it's my great pleasure to join you today at the Adaptation Investment Summit for Africa 2026. I extend my appreciation to Kenya Climate Ventures and all partners who have worked tirelessly to convene this important platform at a time when climate adaptation has become one of the most urgent development priorities in Africa and globally. This summit comes at a defining moment across our continent. Communities, businesses, and governments are increasingly confronted by impacts of climate change, prolonged droughts, floods, ecosystem degradation, food insecurity, increasing climate-related economic losses continue to threaten livelihoods and development gains. And really, I can't overemphasize this. And of course, His Excellency put it very well in terms of which impacts provided very important solutions. But I just want to add that we have been struggling with adaptation for a long time. But now we are increasingly experiencing loss and damage, which is, impacts that go beyond the limits of adaptation. And also emerging is the tipping points. We are losing our glaciers that have taken millions of years to be there. So you lose that, and the resultant sea level rise. So what's happening in our oceans when those species that are adapted to cooler waters, now the waters are becoming warm. So we have to be cognizant that this is adaptation, and adapting is very serious, and also take into consideration the emerging trends in adaptation, where now we are going to loss and damage and the tipping points that will be irreversible if nothing really is done. And all this is related to our actions. We are not doing enough in reducing our emissions. According to WMO, we are actually having record-breaking increase in temperature, global average temperature. We are having record-breaking in the increase in the greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. And all these, of course, will be very important indicators for us in adaptation, that with the increased temperature, with the continued emissions, then we expect more impact. We need to take action, and take action now. And when I mentioned the loss and damage, I just want to give you a very practical example. Actually, the last 3 days, I was in Baringo, visiting Lake Baringo and Lake Bogoria. And the situation there is so dire because Lake Baringo alone has swelled up, like doubled in size. So that means it's swallowing all the livelihoods, the infrastructure, and the important local activities, which really destroys the livelihoods of those communities. We have over 30 schools that have been submerged, 6 health centers, and around 60 kilometers of roads that have been affected. Actually, there's one highway that is completely submerged, and you can imagine the ecological catastrophe when a saline lake meets with a freshwater lake, because the trends that we are seeing is that these lakes will one day merge, and having these two ecosystems coming together, of course, one of the ecosystems must give way, and that will be a really ecological catastrophe. So Africa contributes the least to global greenhouse gas emissions, yet bears a disproportionate share of the consequences of climate change. This reality underscores the importance of adaptation, not as a future aspiration, but as an immediate necessity. Ladies and gentlemen, climate adaptation is no longer solely an environmental agenda, it's an economic agenda, a development agenda, and resilient agenda. Adaptation is about protecting livelihoods, strengthening food systems, securing water resources, safeguarding infrastructure, and ensuring that all economies remain productive in an increasingly uncertain climate future. While the need for adaptation investment continues to grow, financings remain significantly below the levels required. Estimates suggest that Africa will require billions of dollars annually to build resilience and implement effective adaptation measures. Yet adaptation finance continues to represent only a small fraction of total climate finance flows. I'm really happy that Denmark is making effort to make sure that 60% of adaptation of funds go to adaptation. We have been working closely with the GCF GCF specifically, and you can see the trend towards really striving 50-50% in terms of adaptation and mitigation. For a long time, we have had like 80% going to mitigation and 20% to adaptation. Well, the need for adaptation investment continues to grow. Financing, okay. So for us to achieve progressive adaptation efforts, we need to close this gap. This gap requires collective action because no one will achieve it alone. No government, not private sector, not development partners. We need all hands on deck. The future of adaptation financing lies in partnerships that bring together public institutions, public finance, private capital, development finance, finance institutions, enterprises, innovators, and local communities. Kenya remains committed to creating an enabling environment for climate investment. Through our National Climate Change Action Plan, our NDC, and various policy and regulation reforms, we continue to strengthen frameworks that support climate resilience and green economy. We recognize that adaptation investment must increasingly move beyond traditional public financing mechanisms. There's need to unlock innovative financial models, blended finance approaches, risk-sharing mechanisms, and investment vehicles capable of mobilizing private capital at scale. And I think His Excellency, the Ambassador, brought some of these very well, and the opportunities that we can learn from Israel, which is quite a powerhouse when it comes to innovation, especially turning deserts into very productive ecosystems. We recognize that investments must increasingly move beyond traditional public finance, and I've said that the green bonds, the blue bonds are really the way to go. In Kenya, we are putting in place mechanisms already and legislation to take advantage of carbon markets. That's one of the innovative financing approaches. One of the most promising opportunities lies in supporting climate-smart enterprises and small and growing businesses. And this is really why we have this session and see how we can leverage on these innovations that we need to take up and scale them up to be more, achieve more in terms of aligning more money to adaptation. One of the most, these opportunities is smart enterprises. Also, I want to link this to the government bottom-up transformation agenda. Support to SMEs, small and medium-level enterprises is one of the agenda items. And this creates employment and really support the local level in development. Across Africa, entrepreneurs are developing innovative solutions, climate-smart agriculture, water management, sustainable land use, circular economy models, digital climate services, and resilient building technologies. These enterprises are not only addressing climate challenges, but are also creating jobs, creating income, and strengthening local economies. So we need to make sure that we go to locally led adaptation, and this will be more impactful in terms of building resilience. However, many continue to face barriers in accessing finance, markets, and technical support. This is why platforms such as Adaptation Investment Summit are so important. They create opportunities for dialogue, collaboration, investment matchmaking, knowledge exchange, and the development of practical solutions that can be scaled across the continent. I would like to particularly recognize Kenya Climate Ventures as it marks a decade of supporting climate-smart enterprises, advancing climate-resilient investments. Over the past 10 years, the organization has demonstrated how catalytic capital and enterprise support can help unlock innovation and build resilient markets in vulnerable communities. Their experience reinforces an important lesson. Local institutions, locally led adaptation, local enterprises, and local leadership are essential for delivering sustainable adaptation outcomes. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of adaptation financing in Africa must be driven by innovation. Innovation in financial instruments, innovation in technology, innovation in policy, innovation in partnership. We must leverage emerging technologies, including climate data systems, digital platforms, artificial intelligence, and climate intelligence tools to improve decision-making, strengthen resilience, and enhance effectiveness in investment. At this same time, we must ensure that adaptation efforts remain inclusive, equitable, and responsive to the needs of women, youth, and the vulnerable communities who are often at the front lines of climate impacts. As we gather over the next 2 days, I encourage all participants to move beyond discussions and focus on actionable outcomes. Let us use this summit to identify investment opportunities, forge strategic partnership, and strengthen policy dialogue and accelerate solutions that can transform climate resilience across Africa. The challenge before us is significant, but so too is the opportunity. Together we can build strong economies, resilient communities, generate green jobs, and a more sustainable future for generations to come. With those remarks, I wish to use fruitful deliberations and a successful summit. It's now my honor to officially declare the Adaptation Investment Summit for Africa 2023 officially open. Thank you very much.
Asante sana to the Deputy Director in charge of climate adaptation at the Ministry of Environment in representation of the PS. He's actually going to be back on stage in a few minutes, so maybe he just needs to grab his notepad because he is part of the next conversation, which is on climate adaptation and market. And as I make this announcement, just a reminder for the ladies or the gents, if you need to excuse yourself, it's just outside the plenary room to the left, just before the registration desk. You'll find that. Please visit. There are smart toilets, which I have encountered for the first time maybe 2 hours ago before you got here. And it's quite the experience, if I could say so myself. I kid you not. Please visit that, of course, when you need to. Let's not jam the place there. But as that is also there, we have coffee, tea, and bitings available for you to just grab and come back to your table as we continue. So we'd like to move on to the next session. I'd like to call on someone who will be driving this agenda, Ms. Anne Angwenyi, Climate and Environment Advisor from British High Commission, specifically the Kenya Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. Let's give her a hand as she comes to the stage. And she will then invite her panelists. But I'd like to call on someone else who I have seen grow over the years. A young man, but his title shows the experience that he has on his resume. And as he comes up on stage, Balozi might need to excuse himself, and he will be headed out with the CEO of the Kenya Climate Ventures. But you're welcome to stick on with us as we follow the conversation. But if you see him walk out, as you see, unaweza waambia kwaheri, just waambieni Balozi kwaheri, tukimpa makofi, tukimshukuru. He's headed to the exhibition area. Thank you so much, Balozi, kwa kuungana nasi. He's headed to the exhibition area, which we will all experience in the duration of the day today and tomorrow. As Ms. Anne Angwenyi is on stage, and we'll be calling on her panelists to talk on climate adaptation and markets, I'd also like to call on Dr. Isaac Kalua, the Chief Steward at the Green Africa Group. There's many other titles to his name. Please, tumpe makofi akija. He's given us the keynote as he comes up to stage and give an opportunity to Madam Anna Ngwenyi to give us a welcome for her session and go on with it for the next hour, which you can excuse yourself, during which you can excuse yourself and grab a drink, come back and enjoy it as we continue with the conversation. To you, Anne. Karibu.
Thank you, Mark. Good morning, everybody, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to stand on the protocol of the MC and those who came before me by, first of all, welcoming our keynote speaker, who will help us really unpackage what we have today. We all know and have heard words that climate adaptation, when we think about it, we all think about drought response, humanitarian aid, resilience programs, vulnerability, etc. And as Elizabeth mentioned, saving the baby. We all want to save the baby. But what if we've been looking at adaptation in too narrow of a lens? Across Africa, farmers are already adopting climate-smart technologies. And as Balozi mentioned, this is to address the issue on food security. Communities are restoring ecosystems, entrepreneurs are building businesses around water, around cooling, insurance, and agricultural innovation. And researchers are generating a lot of climate intelligence, whilst financial institutions are experimenting with new risk products. So perhaps the question for today is not how do we fund adaptation, rather, how do we transform adaptation into one of Africa's greatest opportunities? What is the market opportunity that this continent has to offer? So the purpose of today's session is to really challenge that traditional view of climate adaptation as a humanitarian or donor-driven agenda and reposition it into what it should be, a driver of economic transformation, enterprise development, innovation, investment, market creation, resilient and inclusive growth. So to help us explore this opportunity, it is my pleasure to invite our keynote speaker, Dr. Isaac Kalua, a respected thought leader and champion of green growth, to deliver our keynote. Dr. Kalua has consistently challenged us to think about climate beyond climate risks and to recognize the economic opportunities emerging from the transition to a more resilient and sustainable future. Today, he will share his perspective on why climate adaptation should move beyond vulnerability, humanitarian response, and start being seen as a driver of investment, entrepreneurship, and resilient economic growth across Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in warmly welcoming Dr. Kalua.
Thank you, team. I'm excited to be here this morning, and particularly because I'm in a room that is full of champions, the unsung heroes of this continent, people who have chosen to become the change that we would all like to see, people who have been doing things, and now we need to take it to the next level. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, very honorable development partners, entrepreneurs, ecopreneurs, as I will always call them, innovators, representatives from different parts of the world. It's a great honor to stand before you in this Adaptation Summit for the continent of Africa. But I choose not to call it a conference. Conference normally is where people come to speak. But I want to suggest that this becomes a turning point. A turning point because we are able to do so, starting with our own minds. When I look around, I see choices. I see capital that can remain cautious, choose not to take the next step. I also see policy that can remain in the page or become lived. Enterprises that can remain underfunded or become the infrastructure of resilience. Over many years that I have been in this space that we are talking about, more than 35, 38 years of practical hands-on solutions and workings, I've come to appreciate that leadership principle with me that has deeply stayed in me, that it is not only about what we promote, it is about what we refuse to tolerate. Leadership is not just about what we choose to promote, but also what we refuse to tolerate. So today, what must we refuse to tolerate? We must refuse to tolerate treating adaptation as charity. It is not. Adaptation is much more than that. It is food security, water security, energy reliability, trade community, protected enterprises, and protected dignity before disaster writes the bill. And disaster is already writing the bill for sure, because recently you saw the UNEP estimates that developing countries will need $310 to $365 billion every year by 2035. For adaptation, and much more to that, international public adaptation finance for developing countries totaled only about $26 billion in 2023, roughly 12 to 14 times less than what is needed. That is not a financial gap. It is also a courage gap, an imagination gap, a speed gap, and sometimes a respect gap, because the people facing greatest estimate or greatest climate risks are often the last to receive financing. Africa knows this reality for sure. The World Meteorological Organization reports that Africa is warming faster than the global average. In East Africa alone, drought affected more than 8.5 million people, a reality. Adaptation is not a future issue. It is already in our farms, it is already in our water points, it is already in our food prices, it is in our banks, and it is in our children's tomorrow. But as the rise grows, and also the risk of so many things that come with it, so does the opportunities. This is the sweet point of what we need to see. The Global Commission on Adaptation found that investing $1.8 billion globally across 5 adaptation areas could generate $7.1 trillion to the net benefits. Adaptation is not a sunk cost. This is one thing we need to continuously appreciate. And as I speak this, I'm preparing myself for this panel because I'm just giving a direction out of a very practical thought. It is one of the greatest investment opportunities of our generation. You know, I have talked about it. Tell an African person to conserve the environment, you'll be left alone. But show them how to make money, and they will all go in that direction. Because they want food, they want school fees, they want everything. That is adaptation language, and that is what we must focus ourselves to get into. And only if we stop treating this as a side conversation, stop building pilots that never become markets. I know we are experts of creating pilots. Have you piloted it? Have it been tried? How did it succeed? But more important is to create it to become a market. Stop applauding innovation while starving it on working capital, because decision makers are here, and stop calling communities vulnerable while refusing to invest in their strength. This is where the story begins. And only if we stop small language for very large producers. For far too long, we have called farmers smallholders, and I recommend an article that I wrote yesterday in the Standard. It's a must read for everyone who is in this room today. Let's stop calling our farmers smallholders, subsistence farmers, or informal actors, but we must call them and make them not look small. Maybe our imagination is small. Kenya's largest factory has no roof, and that was my article yesterday. Its production flow in our farms, valleys, ranches, fishing communities, its machinery, its soil, water, sunlight, knowledge, and everything else is in the hands of millions of Kenyans. If that is true, the farmer is not merely a beneficiary. The farmer is a food manufacturer, a climate manager, a water steward, a soil engineer, and part of Africa's largest open-air production system. No serious manufacturer would operate without storage. I can assure you that for sure, being one. Energy, logistics, insurance, working capital, contracts, data, and market intelligence. So why should Africa's food manufacturers, our farmers, our small-scale farmers, smallholder farmers, why should they accept what no other factory would tolerate? These are systems problems. And system problems require system solutions. That is why adaptation finance must be built around the village, the county, the corridor, the enterprise, and the market, not only the project. This is where an initiative like I have initiated becomes very, very important. And this is the Green Africa Villages. I hope I have time to drive this. Thank you. So imagine the Green Africa Villages with the resilience balance sheet, water harvested, food produced, clean energy used, waste conserved into value, youth employed, women owned, and enterprises built and risk reduced before disaster strikes. How can we think about this? Then imagine investors looking at that village, not with pity, but with seriousness and much more. Many climate conversations that have been held fail at translation. Our communication is very important. What we say adaptation finance, but do not name the product. We say blended finance, but we do not name the layer. It is the first loss capital, a guarantee, an insurance, patient equity, concessional debt, working capital, technical assistance, and procurement that has not been dealt with in the aggregation way that we must be able to deal with. Today, I want us to think the way I would think from my factory, our factory of Honda, Japanese institution, where we are making products called motorcycles in their green space and everything else that we are dealing with, from what we call Gempa in Japanese language, going to where the action is. Gempa. So I want us to go to the Gempa of adaptation. The real place where truth lives. Farm awaiting irrigation. The cold room that does not exist. The circle trying to understand climate risk. The woman entrepreneur with demand but no working capital. And the young innovator with a solution but no fast check. This Gempa is where climate risk becomes real. Therefore, Gempa, as I said, is where finance must become real. Kenya Climate Ventures, and I salute you for what you have brought together, has demonstrated this possible 23 investments in gender-conclusive, climate-smart enterprises, 5 successful exits, more than 350 applications, and much more that you know. That record proves that indeed adaptation enterprises are investable, but they need the tight and the right capital at the right time with the right support and within the right ecosystem. This brings us to governance that we must be able to deal with. And so let us ask ourselves, who owns the asset? Who bears the risk? Who receives the return? Who controls the data? Who measures the impact? And who is accountable in the promised phase? Today, I invite us and the panel that we are going to have to rise above the ordinary. Let us not make this another polite or a polite discussion. We must speak in a way that capital can act on. Policy can move enterprises that we can use, and communities that we can feel. And we must refuse to tolerate an Africa that is always invited to explain its vulnerability, yet not trusted to build its own future. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome us to a very active session, and we will be asking ourselves real questions. I would want to see this a totally different kind of a setup where we deal with issues from a practical point of view. And I will share from my heart and look forward to a successful opportunity that takes us from plan to action. God bless us all.
Thank you very much, Dr. for that very elaborative keynote. It's landed quite a bit into what it is we'll be discussing. As you said, the reality of adaptation is it's here and now. And you've really challenged us to rethink not simply in terms of the response to climate impact, but show me the money. Where is that economic opportunity? And I would like to invite our panelists today to the stage. They will help us unpackage a lot of that show me the money. I'll start with Dr. Cromwell Lucorito from the University of Nairobi, and he's also a member of the IPCC panel representing Kenya. I will also invite Dr. Joyce Kano, who is the Assistant Director Climate Change at the Ministry of Environment, representing Thomas Laurenten, who unfortunately was called into the office. I also would like to invite William Mulehi. William is from CLASP, one of the co-sponsors of this event. He is a senior manager on energy access. I would also like to invite Obadiah Mungai. Obadiah comes to us from the World Resources Institute, from finance. He's a climate finance expert. And lastly, Dr. Catherine Baisi from the National Environment Management Authority, where she is the Director of Environmental Education and Awareness. So as they come up to the stage, Let me begin our conversation with a very simple question. Are we underestimating adaptation because we continue to see it as a cost? Everybody looks at adaptation and says, this is going to cost us. It's much easier to work on mitigation issues where we can see returns almost immediately. We spent decades discussing climate risks. But today, at this panel, I would like us to really dig deep into the investment opportunities that Dr. Kalua has also mentioned. So let me start by a question on science. Dr. Cromwell, you've been in the science field for many, many years as a researcher. Science tells us that adaptation is no longer optional. What does science tell us about the cost of waiting, and what is the biggest disconnect between what science is telling us and where investments should really be going?
Thank you very much, Anne. And I think it's a morning. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, that makes me as an instructor know that I'm with the audience. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, that makes me know that I'm together with the audience, because an instructor I'm more keen on whether I'm wasting my time or I'm communicating issues which are bound to assist the target audience that I'm speaking to. In the first place, I would like to say that according to science, the cost of delayed adaptation, because of the growing transboundary, cascading, and compounding climate risks, going into the future will be greatly higher than the cost of immediate action, which in a way supports the overall discussion that we have had this far, that adaptation is not an issue of tomorrow, but it's an issue of today. Because how well we shall adapt today determines how tomorrow, going into the future, is going to be. And this is in recognition of the fact that costs that we are talking about here could arise from exponential and irreversible economic as well as non-economic. It's clear that the global cost of inaction has the potential to drain away 5 to 20% of the global GDP on an annual basis. While, on the other hand, the proactive transitioning as well as adaptation, if we invested in it, would cost on average about 1.2% of our GDP annually. So that then demonstrates a case of basic cost-benefit analysis. Furthermore, waiting means what? We are in an environment where we are having intensifying climate risks, which will then compound, associated with growing disasters, to further deepen the vulnerability context of our human and natural systems. And therefore, it is important then that we become wary of that, because inaction would trigger localized adaptation funding gaps. What we could require today will not be the same tomorrow going into the future if we provided for space for these disasters and the risks to compound. And in fact, the much talked about financing gap indeed could even get worse to a double-digit percentage just in the near future if we have inaction continuing to be the order of the day. And finally, with regard to the implications of inaction, we see a case where that could directly translate into irreversible support systems, like ecosystems, in which we have biodiversity, which is bound to get lost. We could also have localized impacts, negative ones, on even human health, as well as on the extreme, we could be faced with tragic, though preventable, losses of human lives due to weather and climate extremes. And I'm bringing in the element of weather deliberately in this regard, because from my understanding, we as humanity are much more obsessed about climate change, which is indeed a trend, right? We are always talking about the average global temperature rising. It's a trend. But within the trend, something of value to this sitting is that we have an embedded variability mode, which is indeed attributable to the extremes that we are experiencing even under this current living, which we must, in the first place, look at as being entry points to investment. How do we manage extremes in the current generation before even we get concerned about our future? Change is all about our future. It's not about the now and the near future. It's all about variability, which is embedded in the change. So that then opens the space for us to see, as we shall discuss, where do we direct our investments? And if we can successfully, therefore, be able to manage the climate variability component of the climate system, then we have built adequate capacity to confront the change.
Thank you.
That is where the point lies. You asked me another question, which I think I will spare it for now, but I can come back to it later. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that elaboration. I hope you can hear me. I've just changed mics. Yeah? Great. So, Dr. you've told us the science is already telling us that things are not getting better. They're actually getting worse. Yeah. And unlike some people who think this is voodoo science, Africa is actually experiencing this. Yeah. But you also mentioned that it is time that we look at these extremes for this generation. As much as we want to hand over something, hope and a future for the coming generation, we know that we must fundamentally look at adaptation technology. Yeah. Dr. Catherine Baisi, I'd like to bring you in at this moment to very briefly tell us, is adaptation fundamentally a technology challenge? Is it a finance challenge? Or is it a people challenge? When we talk about people, we know that we do have indigenous knowledge experience that has delivered adaptation solutions for many, many years. So where is this disconnect? Is it science? Is it knowledge, technology? Please, let us know what you think about this.
Thank you, Anne, for that question, and good morning to all. I would like to look at this question in just the three perspectives. One, I want to look at our communities, especially the African communities. One, we really understand that there is a lot, especially when we look at the indigenous knowledge. Our communities have a lot. Long before we came to look at this as a science at the level of Dr. Cromwell, our communities really used to manage the vulnerabilities. They used to know when to plant. We have, like in Kenya, we have communities that we call them rainmakers. They can predict. They used to know when to move their animals when the weather patterns are changing. Therefore, if we have to succeed, I believe that we must really work with the communities, and we should not just look at them as victims of climate change, but we should look at them as people who have innovations, people who have some knowledge which they can help in working together with the science to build very good adaptation measures. We should not just look at them as people who are waiting to be supported, but work with them. Secondly, technology, we can also not ignore it, because as much as we have innovations, sometimes they are limited. So if we bring on board technology, it's really going to build the capacity of our local communities to adapt. For example, we have, like in the agriculture, we have the climate smart agriculture. We will be able to support the communities with the technologies in terms of efficient use of the available water. Technologies that can help the community to be able to adapt. We have drought-tolerant crops that our communities are very much aware about. But how many people can access those drought-tolerant crops? Where are they? Are they readily available for the communities to use? So we need, again, to adopt the smart agriculture practices, which science has really helped us to analyze and to propose. But many times, these technologies are not with the people. Or if they are with the people, they are not sustained until they reap the full benefit of climate smart agriculture. When it comes to the people, I think we need to invest in people such that they are able to adopt these technologies willingly. For example, in Kenya here we have a problem with the wetland encroachment, which I believe is across Africa and across the continent. But are our people aware about the benefits of not encroaching on the wetland? Are they aware about the benefit of not degrading the forests? There is then need to build a capacity of people to embrace this and not to feel that the government is just telling us to move away from the wetlands, but to understand the benefits so that they are willingly able to protect the forest, to protect the rivers. They are willing to protect the wetlands. In addition, we have the whole issue of financing. Yes, like Dr. Kalua has mentioned, we have very many good proposals. Very many good research has been done. Very many good pilots have been done from the many projects that have been supported. But sometimes it is sad to see a very good pilot, when you go back 3 years, this pilot is not there because it could not be sustained. There is need again now to invest intentionally in some of the initiatives that we start. There is need to invest intentionally in the locally led proposals, locally led innovations, so that our communities can, first of all, keep the innovations they have, understand that these innovations are good, and therefore promote them for sustainability. As an authority, we have, I work for the National Environment Management Authority, and as an authority, we have been able to come up with the regulations. But we do not want to look at these regulations as inhibitors, but we want to look at them as facilitators, so that for you who is going to invest in any of these innovations, you are going to have a sustainable project, because you will have looked at all the regulations so that you are investing sustainably. You are not degrading the environment. And this, again, has helped us to make sure that whatever goes out, whatever innovation that has been identified and looked scientifically proved that is good, when it goes to the people, it does not degrade the environment, but helps us to reap the benefits of that innovation and then promote sustainability. So all these three, for me, they are intertwined. You cannot leave out the people's innovations. You cannot, again, ignore science. You cannot, again, there is nothing much that you can do without innovation, without financing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for really linking the tech to communities, to science, what the science is telling us in terms of how do we answer some of these questions that comes out from a lot of the research, but also to financing and ownership. How do communities own a lot of these technologies? You also mentioned indigenous knowledge. Were they part and parcel of coming up with some of these ideas? But Dr. Kalua mentioned something about pilots. We are notorious for piloting. When do we ever move to the next stage? Let me bring in Dr. Joyce Kano on this to ask, as governments, should government fund adaptation or simply create an enabling environment to allow markets to flourish? And really, for markets to flourish, they have to have an enabling policy environment for them to scale these pilots. When you talk to a lot of entrepreneurs and business, they tell you that the enabling environment is not conducive for them to move from pilot to the next level. So please let us hear on what your thoughts are around policy reform and whether governments, and when I talk about governments, not just the Kenyan government, we are here with representatives from African countries, so let us hear on what you think about that.
Anne, for that question. Good morning, everyone. And allow me first to just say that as an investor, everyone seeks a conducive working environment that guarantees a return on their investment. And I think it has been said by most of us here. An environment that is anchored in law, supported by robust policies, strategies, and implementation plans. Also to say, as a highly climate vulnerable country, Kenya and Africa in general presents a vast investment landscape spanning virtually all sectors of the economy, that is cutting across from the water sector, the agriculture, and all that. We have made significant strides as a country toward being investment ready. We have our NAPs, we have our NDCs that most of us support, and have broken down priorities into 5-year implementation plans for ease of execution and reporting. And I believe most of us have been engaging with this document. We are also prepared to offer targeted incentives, for example, tax relief on equipment and favorable land acquisition terms for large-scale irrigation projects like the Galana-Kulalu one that we've seen the president talking so much about. But as an investor, this is where now I answer the question, Anne. I would add 4 critical things that as Kenya, as a country, and maybe Africa at large, must do differently. First, I would like to say that the country needs to pipeline de-risking and bankability. Yeah? Too many adaptation solutions remain at pilot or concept stage, and I think Dr. Kalua mentioned that, and also Mbaisi has just talked about that they are not investment ready at the moment. And in our country, the Treasury has disbursed approximately 34 billion under INREMP that is currently rolling across 10 counties, and the World Bank is also deploying another $200 million through KEWASIP, which is already also being implemented. But these are still public funds. For private capital to follow, we need a sustained pipeline and of bankable enterprise-led adaptation projects with clear returns, and I think Catherine has just mentioned that. Secondly, we need blended finance mechanisms that absorb early stage risk. And I think in the speech of the PS, this was mentioned. Kenya Climate Ventures, which is hosting us today, is raising an approximately USD 25 million for its blended impact fund. This is the right model, but we need more. Adaptation SMEs in our country face, quote unquote, the missing middle gap. Yeah? Only 17% access loans for climate adaptation. We need, as a country, to provide catalytic capital in terms of grants, in terms of green bonds, in terms of guarantees, first loss capital to bridge that gap that I've just mentioned. Third, we also need a regulatory predictability. Investors need confidence that rules will not change midway of your implementation of your program. Maybe you have started your program, then the government again decides to bring in other policies midway of your implementation of your program. The gazetting of the non-market approaches, regulations 2026, I think was gazetted early this year, is positive, yes, but we must ensure efficient implementation, not just any other bureaucratic hurdle. Finally, as a country, we need to demonstrate that adaptation is not a cost, yeah, but an investment. Kenya must make the business case. Adaptation investment generates returns through reduced losses, which I think has come up also here, increased productivity and new market opportunities. So finally, this is just to say that Kenya has the policies and the opportunities are here with us. But we must deliver the bankable pipelines, the risk-sharing mechanisms, and the predictable environment that investors need to commit at scale. And I think this forum is one of it, that we engage, we link both the people that are doing the implementation and someone who needs to put these finances to it. Thank you so much, Anne.
Asante sana, Daktari. That was extremely clear as to what is really required. And I want us to move to a theme that I know a lot of you are looking forward to listening to. So we've had opportunities. What is science telling us? What are the opportunities around climate vulnerability, climate impacts? And we've also talked about adaptation in practice. How do we ensure these communities, what Balozi was talking about in terms of food security, for the farmer to actually adapt a particular technology, have they been engaged on this so as to own it? I want us to move to the third theme of today's session, which is commercializing adaptation. And Joyce, you mentioned it. Sustainable, bankable projects. The pipeline has to be created. We have to have blended finance. We're moving away from grants. We all know that the donor environment in terms of grants is shrinking. So we need to move towards private capital, the private sector, private capital around blended finance, catalytic capital, and like you said, for an investor to come in, predictability and return on investment. It's got to make sense. This is not about philanthropy. It's not about giving out money and saying, you know, keep the money, that's fine with us. It's really about how do I get a return. So let us move the discussion to Dr. Kalua, if I can bring you in very, very quickly, because you did give the keynote, and we do have two other representatives from the private sector who will talk about this a little bit more. If adaptation has such a compelling, or provides such a compelling opportunity, why are investors not lining up to fund? Why is half this room saying, interesting, I want to see more? What gap? What's the situation? What do you think will move this room to funding?
Since I do not have sufficient time to bring out my practical solutions to this, I would want to refer us to a book that I have written, Green for Life, which is just about 3 words. R-E-D, red. Responsibility, efficiency, and discipline. This is what lacks in our society, moving from plan to action. And it happens in every country in Africa today. The few who understand what needs to be done do not have a platform that they can bring out things in a practical way. Projects are designed in a manner that they are supposed to make sense to the financier, as opposed to making sense to the person who is implementing it. And this is what I mean. With the Green Africa Villages, I have tried it in a very practical way. What does tree production mean? It means that a farmer can actually prepare a bankable process that can be funded by anyone, because they are not just planting trees, they are planting fruit trees, because Africa is in need of fruits. Tree box is ticked, fruit, which is health, is ticked, food is ticked, and everything else is ticked in the name of a tree. And I have demonstrated in a manner that the chain of tree production is very clear, from the point where the farmer can produce seedlings and make money out of selling seedlings, and every other level. If it makes sense to the farmer, it will make sense to the banker. It will make sense to the world. When we talk about horticulture, when we talk about food production, it is a factory. Production starts from the point a farmer puts seed in the soil. If there are challenges towards that, then it must be able to be identified and be practically lessoned through the team that they can be able to understand. It is not practical that farmer A in the same region produces 5 bags of maize in 1 acre, and farmer B in the general's area is producing 35, 40 bags of maize in the same area under the same circumstances. What is it that production A does not make to production B? A practical approach. And we have taken it through the Green Africa Villages in a practical way, where tree production has been given a name that is interesting. Plant your age. When Wangari Maathai passed on, we called on Kenyans to plant 71 trees and establish a small farm of production to plant 71 trees and make sure that they grow. What happened? Kenyans planted 15 million trees within a year. And thereafter, what happened? Everybody started adapting. Dr. Green, what can we do? Can we plant more trees? And God helped me and the people around me, and we say, no longer Wangari Maathai's trees, plant your age. If you're 35 years of age, plant trees that make sense to you. Trees for medicinal, because you can plant trees that can be able to give you money out of medicine. Trees for production for food. Trees for ornamental purposes. And it became a business. What is the result today? As at last May, we had done 980 million trees that are known where they are, benefiting the communities, and people can associate with them. This is the approach that we need to take, creating practical centers where demonstrative training is at the grassroots level. And Africa understands this. We have made so many mistakes enough, and we can be able to change and adapt, because it is not the thinking of the financiers, it should be the thinking of the implementer, the factory. What are the challenges we are having? And we enumerate all the challenges and come up with a system that creates a structure that will transform the continent of Africa as we deal with adaptation.
Thank you very much for that. You really come and told us it's the practical approach. If it makes sense for a farmer, it should make sense for a financier. However, Dr. in waiting of Adaya Mungai, you are the lead on the World Resources Institute's thinking around finance. We still find that billions of dollars are flowing into mitigation as opposed to adaptation, and that adaptation, where Africa really needs this financing, is still struggling. And the question is adaptation a financing problem or is it a business model problem? Dr. Kalua has talked about this practical approach. Here's a model that perhaps can be adapted. Where is the problem? How do we unlock this problem?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Just for context, let me give us who WRI is for the sake of those who may not be. I'm not sure whether I can be heard. For the sake of those who have not interacted with WRI, WRI is a global research, a non-profit, which focuses on environment, climate, and sustainable development, operating globally in many countries. And to go to your question, whether it's a financing problem or a business model problem, in my view, I think it's both. But the deeper bottleneck is the business model. And this is why I say so. As many have already said, capital, follows clarity. Is there a clear, demand? Is there a clear repayment capacity? Is the risk clear? What are the metrics we are talking about? What are the returns? While adaptation solutions have been presented to be technically sound, most of the time they have been commercially weak. And they may be solving a real climate problem, but the customers in that solution that is currently maybe mostly presented, you'll find the customers cannot pay. Yeah, the revenues might be seasonal. The market most of the times might be fragmented, and also you'll find that the impacts are not measured as to what the investors may understand, and so that's why I feel the bigger problem is not the finance; it's how the solutions are presented, and I think that's where, and many of the speakers before have mentioned this. The role of the governments, the concessional funders, and all others who are playing in the space to really play that catalytic role. And I like what Dr. Kaluyev presented about the demonstrative villages that present these cases and give this data evidence and things like market testing. Data which is mostly unavailable, aggregation, and all these other pieces that we have mentioned. Yeah, so I would say that while adaptation is viewed as a social good, I think most of these solutions can be delivered through viable commercial enterprises. And I think the key thing here is how do we bridge the grant-funded public good vis-a-vis the private sector delivery models. To me, I think that's very key. How do we bridge that? And I'm happy we are not short of examples, and we are already citing these examples. So how can we have this commercially scalable? And how do we come in with different players to make all this work? Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that, because you really have brought us to the next step. And, you said capital follows clarity. Investors, as much as we all love to hate them, it's always about a return, okay? They're not in the business of giving free goods. They're in the business of building economic opportunities and markets and economies. But what you just said is that you have found that the solution actually does solve a problem, but it is commercially weak. And I would like to bring in William Mulehi of CLASP. So CLASP, and you'll speak a little bit about CLASP, clean energy. We all think that energy is a mitigation issue. It resolves a mitigation issue. But we also, some of us who've been in this field for many years also know and understand that it does also solve an adaptation problem. So, William, what really distinguishes a good adaptation solution from a commercially scalable adaptation business, and talk about the technologies that you've seen that are closest to Africa that are really scaling and helping Africa adapt to climate challenges.
All right, thank you for that, Anne. Again, good morning, everyone. So my name is William, and as just has been mentioned, CLASP is basically an organization that is, a global leader when it comes to efficient appliances, and not only just efficient appliances, but how these appliances are able to, one, step in when it comes to climate change mitigation, but also at the same time, I think one thing that has also been mentioned quite extensively is what is the impact of this particular equipment when it comes to the impact that it has on the lives of the people, yeah? And so based off on that, I think some of the questions I think have also been raised in terms of, understanding, yes, we do have quite a number of pilots, but these pilots are not being able to be taken to the next level of, growth and sustainability. And I guess as financiers, one of the things that we looked about, and Dr. Kalua just mentioned it during his opening speech, is that in as much as we have these particular solutions, how are they going to be able to, address a need that is being identified by the customers? So we're looking at, for example, you're looking at a solar irrigation system. Yes, it does help address in terms of, it's a solution to climate resilience, but what is the actual impact of this particular equipment? So we're looking at, for a farmer, there's an impact in terms of their revenue because they're able to plant, off-season, and they're able to, reap the benefits of that. Looking at also the issues when it comes to the yields. So the yield of this particular farmer is also, on a positive trend as compared to if you're just using rain-fed agriculture. And then again, also just touching on that, another key thing, of course, is what sort of business models are these institutions or are these enterprises coming up with? So this business model need to be able that they can be sustainable. So it's not necessarily just doing pilots everywhere, but what is the ability of these particular technologies to be able to be scaled, to other markets? For example, is it able to be replicated? In terms of the business model, is it able to be scaled, in different markets? So looking at, for example, one of the projects that we are managing at CLASP is the Productive Use Financing Facility, which we'll be talking a bit more about later. And this particular project basically is catalyzing or providing financing subsidies to organizations that are in the space of deploying productive use. So the scale started initially in Eastern Africa, but now we've actually managed to grow it to, for example, like in Ethiopia, where we have quite a number of companies that have come up in that space, and also in West Africa. And we're also looking at, replicating a lot of these technologies to be able to address, the different markets that we're looking at, yeah? And then, again, of course, as also has been mentioned, and I think also has been mentioned by the Vice Chair, is in terms of being able to attract investment. So in as much as this particular technology may be good, how is it being able to attract investment? So the investors will look at, the predictability of the cash flows, for example. Looking a bit about, profitability, looking about, how are we able to even finance the customers? Because in as much as we may be catalyzing the support to the entrepreneurs, but we also need to be able to build the capacity of the customers who are the beneficiaries, the ultimate beneficiaries of these particular products, yeah? And then again, Dr. Joyce also just mentioned in terms of an enabling ecosystem. So we're looking at the policies that are being set up or formed by the government. Are they able to respond to the companies' work that they're doing? We're looking at quality standards, like for example at CLASP. We are very big on assessing the quality of this particular equipment that are being deployed into these markets. And again, also, just aside from measuring commercial performance, because I know a lot of investors typically will look at the commercial aspect of it, but we also need to look at other aspects of this particular support. So not only looking at the impact in terms of profitability, but what are we also looking at in terms of the livelihoods that are being impacted by these businesses, looking at the productivity that is maintained, post-harvest losses that are being avoided. So those are some of the, some of the issues that we just need to be able to be cognizant of and to be able to look up in terms of that. In terms of your next question, in terms of the solutions that are there, and not to shed a light onto some and not others, but typically I think based on our experience, we've looked at the decentralization of renewable energy. So looking at solar water pumps, looking at cold room storage, looking at climate smart agribusiness technologies, stuff that are doing like, climate advisory platforms, looking at also issues to do with, digitalization of climate information. So, weather forecasting, that's also quite big in terms of trying to help address a lot of these early warning systems that will benefit ultimately the farmers, yeah? And then, of course, another key thing that we've also been looking at as an organization is the circular economy. So how are we able to sort of like recycle issues, equipment like batteries, for example, water reuse, which also just feeds into, a lot of these upstream climate adaptation mitigation measures that have been considered. So I think in terms of looking at it that way, it's not that we want to focus on one particular technology, but I think what we need to be able to be cognizant of is to look at the convergence of a lot of these technologies. So how do they work together? So you can use renewable energy to power irrigation, looking at some of this digital information that can be able to also speak to the adaptation of it. So we just need to be able to be, how do we converge a lot of these technologies into one so that it's able to bring in considered efforts when it comes to at climate adaptation. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Very interesting what he said. A lot of our investors are looking at profitability, financing the customer, predictability, but also in terms of the end user, revenue. It really boils down to revenue, efficiencies, how are my yields increasing, as well as explaining a lot of the examples. I know many of you have a lot of questions, but unfortunately we're running a little bit out of time for the next panel that will be joining us. But I want to take 3 questions from the room, really burning questions if there are any. And if not, I don't see any.
It's a good sign if not. They were listening keenly and you were very clear.
Exactly.
But yes, I see one hand and I see two gentlemen. I'll come to you and I'll come to you too. Just say your name, your question or your comment. You can stand just to be seen.
Thank you so much. I'm John Otwoma. My question revolves around the issue of finance because there's a question on where is the disconnect. I'll take 1 minute because I want to give a small background. About 2 decades ago, the big banks in Kenya moved away from small urban centers to big towns, Barclays Bank, Stanchart, and the others. Why? Those places were not bankable. There are only teachers there who were coming once a month to withdraw their salaries and go home. When Equity Bank came to the scene, those places have become very bankable because the issue is numbers. The same happened to Telkom Kenya. When they were selling mobile telephony, it was very expensive to own a handset. When Safaricom came, it went for the small people and it has become very profitable. So my question is, as people think of investing in adaptation opportunities, have you thought about these small people, the small clients that can and work out profitability? Or are you looking for very big opportunities and technologies? Thank you.
Reminds me of Dr. Kalua saying we should think big and not small.
My name is Ivan Mugizi. My question goes to Dr. Catherine. You talked about drought-resistant crops. My question is, how can an ordinary farmer be helped to identify these drought-resistant seedlings with the issue of counterfeits in Africa? Because Africa has an issue of counterfeit seedlings. We are facing it at home in our communities. Thank you.
And then there's the last one, Asante.
Thank you. I think this is both a comment and a question. We are debating how to make climate change and adaptation commercially viable, while Europe is having some of the hottest summers, right? We are debating this while a bunch of second-hand clothing made by fast fashion manufacturers who are polluting, but polluting through having commercially viable businesses are killing African coasts. What I'm saying is that this debate is good, but climate change and its adverse effects are not waiting for commercial viability to happen. So until we actually agree that we need to create a proper asset class that addresses an environmental problem that has been largely created through capitalistic behavior, we are not going to see any differences. So while we are talking, floods are happening. So we need to kind of move from all this talk and real action. And I love the gentleman who said, we need to create solutions that line up with those that are developed by the actual creators of these solutions. If someone believes that planting X number of trees in Migori is going to help change the rainfall pattern over this period of time, we need to align with their thinking and then bring those projects into a viability that is commercially realistic. But if we are looking for very high returns on a problem we cause, and our behavior caused every day, 10 years from now when we can't find any high nutritious food because there's no agroecologically grown items because they weren't invested into scale, this conversation will be very different.
Thank you for that. Oh, do we have one last one, or can I bring it back to the panel?
All right, since you said that, there's one hand that shot up.
My name is Faith Ngige from the Kenya Platform for Climate Governance. And while I appreciate the conversation that is ongoing around commercializing adaptation so that you're making money out of it, my question is, how do we guard against maladaptation? Because if I sure know, we are solving vulnerability, we are solving exposure of communities to the climate risks, about factors that are beyond their control. But then we would like to bring the element of making business out of already a dire situation. So how do you ensure that we are not privatizing essential services, we are not increasing debt, we are not increasing pressure to an already exposed citizen? Thank you.
Thanks for that, Joyce. Let me bring it back to the panel. You've got 1 minute. Obadiah, what are we going to do? We were told not to call them smallholder farmers. What are we going to do with clients in the rural areas? Because as we know, the African population majority lives in the rural areas and are the ones who are coming up with these solutions. And how do we create an asset class to address climate change? The second, so we'll put those two questions together. The question on really, how do we identify, Dr. Baisi, these drought-tolerant, genuine drought-tolerant seedlings? And then lastly, I think I want to give it to Joyce to close it up with, how do we guard against maladaptation? Because that is definitely a question that is on the back of many people's minds. So, Obadiah, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sure not. Oh, you can hear me now. Thanks, George, for that very tough question. So, where is the disconnect? Maybe what I could say is that for this whole thing we are discussing around how do we get this adaptation investable, I think three clear, I would say, criteria needs to come out. Who faces the risk, the climate risk? And the second one is, what solutions exist to that risk? Thirdly is, who is willing to pay for that solution or reduce risk? So think of a farmer who is, or even a city which is facing a climate, or I would say flood risk. And so the question is it just an emergency plan thing only, or is it about putting in place nature-based solutions, green infrastructure, and other sort of interventions, which to me, these are services, products, and goods that can be commercialized. And so how we have been delivering this and having this, so I mean the question then is, this farmer who needs to be assisted to adapt, perhaps with drying or internet-enabled smart drying, for example, what exactly is that farmer, why is that farmer not able to do that? Is it a TA question? Is it an awareness question? Is it how they are packaging the whole idea? And I just want to use an example. As WRI, we have this P4G, which we serve as a secretariat, and we have been trying to support these enterprises, and I'm sure other entities here are doing similar things, trying to partner an NGO with an SME which is in an early stage, trying to support them, TA, investment readiness, linking them to investments. So sort of trying to get them ready to get this capital on board. So normally that, has yielded trying to have that support, because I think without that support, then you'll find that they are just disjointed, farmers sitting on their own. So that I would say, I think it will boil down to what are those really farmers or those enterprises are missing. The issue of the asset class, I think once we are clear that we need to address an issue, say, of post-harvest losses, and there is this clear solution that has been tested and bankable, then we need to see how to aggregate this solution and create, private capital talks of numbers, huge numbers. How do we get these solutions aggregated to an investable, project? And once that's clear, I don't think finance is ever a problem. In maybe where I sit, I see an issue, and I've talked to private sector financiers who say, even in the government space, you're talking of investments, but there's nothing for us to come in as investors. We only come in as a PPP, and you know the story about PPP. We come in as procured goods and services. We come in to give you debt, sovereign debt to the government. So you'll find them complaining we don't have really packaged solutions. So I think that's what I would say, but I think it's a tough question to ponder further. Private capital talks of numbers.
Let me hand you mine.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your question on the counterfeit, drought-tolerant seeds. Indeed, the issue of counterfeit seeds or farm products is a big challenge. I don't know whether I would say across Africa, but I can say maybe for us here. And it's not only on drought-tolerant seed, but here it is more because it's a seed that, like I said in my earlier presentation, the drought-tolerant crops are special because of the way that they are bred. If it's maize or cassava or sweet potatoes. And how do we address that? How do we know? How do we address the issues of counterfeit? One, we have regulations. Monitoring the seed that is put on the market, that it meets the required standards. Here in Kenya, we have a whole parastatal that deals with that, with the counterfeit seeds, Kenya Plant Health. But also the awareness of the kind of seed that are on the market. Do our farmers know the difference between maybe a hybrid seed or a drought-tolerant crop. So we need to create awareness so that the general public can know what to look for when they are buying a drought-tolerant seed, be it a cassava, be it or maize. They need to know where they are getting the seeds. Here we have certified seed handlers. There are shops, if they are selling seed, they need to be certified. So therefore, our people need to be encouraged to buy seed from certified seed dealers. In that way, if there is a problem, then you can go back and trace that batch. But if sometimes we buy from people who are not certified, some people are gullible and they tend to cheat on the market. Therefore, I feel that the need for awareness, where do you buy this seed, and then the regulations so that the rightful people are certified so that they can handle. And again, also, why do we have this? Sometimes it's because this seed is limited, is not there, is not available on the market. When it is not available, then that vacuum is addressed by those people who are not sincere. They just get some other seed and put it on the markets. So I feel those three, maybe, and others, awareness of the people, the communities, can really help us so they know which seed to buy and where to buy. Thank you.
Adaptation? Talking now? Okay. Thank you, Faith Ngige, for your question on maladaptation. And I think part of it has been answered by Dr. Catherine. I believe this is where government should come in handy to protect the communities, the vulnerable communities, to ensure that they are not maladapting because of the profit ventures that we are trying to make out of this adaptation. And so to do this, I believe as a government, they should put up mechanisms to screen the maladaptation from out of these outcomes that we are trying to put across. And in this, we need to ask who benefits. Is it the investor or the community? We also need to ask who bears the risk. Is the community bearing the risk of this investment, or what is going to happen? And another way of also screening are what are the second, third risk impacts that come after this venture has been implemented. So I believe, and I think starting from the non-market approaches that have been put across, it is also part of starting it by looking at what kind of technology transfer we getting as a country. Is it affecting our locals? Is it helping them? Is it helping them to adapt or not? We are also getting the finances. Of course, this was, we've realized that it is not binding. So we also need to look at all these things, the capacity building that comes into this. This is also to ensure that the communities are aware. Are these investments going to impact on them, or are going to help them in the long run? So just quickly to say, Anne, that the community needs to be heavily sensitized on these issues, and the government to come and protect strongly the community, so that while we are doing this, we also don't expose them more to the risks that come with the climate change impacts. I think I'll grant 1 minute to Dr. Lukorito to add on something on this.
Well, Joyce, you are putting me on the spot. However, what is the cause of maladaptation is as a result of a disrupted baseline, right? And this comes from unproven technology transfers into a certain locality, which is not in conformity with what is needed in that particular space. And the best way then to deal with it will be to fall back to the core production between the affected people and the scientists to produce knowledge, products, and technologies that are fit for purpose in that context, because adaptation is heavily context-specific, building on the indigenous knowledge system, which is always overlooked, and that's how maladaptation comes in. After all, today we are talking about community A forgetting that this community has weathered all the hazards, the disasters of the time up to this particular time. Why do we come in to want to disrupt what they have been doing instead of trying to understand, because of the growing risk, what is it that the communities are unable to deal with? And then that becomes our entry point. That way, we make sure that in the worst case scenario, the community will fall back to what they have been doing over time. So this issue of us as scientists, us as investors, transitioning into the know-it-all for people, I think has to stop. We need to co-create even investments with the communities. Thank you.
Dr. Kalua, 30 seconds. You started this conversation. Please wind it up for us.
Yeah.
Thank you. Can I be heard?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I want to end with an assignment to all of us. John Otuoma, why did one institution find it bankable and the other not? It's because of inaction of this room. If as an institution, if a region has more teachers, design products that would be funded by the teachers. Where a motorcycle, you will be surprised, you have so much business in the motorcycle industry, border, than anybody in adaptation. Because currently, Kenyans and people in Africa are taking finance from the point of the product being the security. But the teacher's salary can be a security for the product, and you save your people from paying 5%, 7% financing per month into paying 1%, 2% per month. That is money that can be changed to finance opportunities. When we talk about drought-resistant crops, we are talking about counterfeit seeds. Zambia is a very excellent country. Producing seed, we need to partner with them. But the inaction of these room members is that we see that as a strange thing, yet Zambia is producing seed that can produce 30 bags, 48 bags, as opposed to what we are raising in the country that gives us 18 bags from Kenya Seed and other places, which we have practically seen. The lady talked about climate issues, bold decisions. What are these bold decisions that we must make to protect the cotton industry, as opposed to protecting the few importers of mitumba or second-hand clothing? This is the capitalistic behavior that has been kept by us who are here, and we must highlight it in a way that it makes sense. What is honey production? What does honey production mean to the, and I'm finishing, I'm sure we don't have time. What does honey production mean to climate change adaptation? How are we leading communities to produce as much honey as possible? How are we leading them to packaging, marketing, and in that kind of a situation? And I give a very quick example on cook stoves, where our institution, Green Africa Group, is the umbrella, and we have designed every product that we sell as a commercial venture. It is an ecopreneurship venture because it is leading to adaptation issues, but we have a Green Africa Foundation so that every small profit that we make can lead to something. A quick example that we did, we trained 23 girls to be able to be experts in solar, to become solar technicians. Today, they are now making solar at the household level, and they are earning their livelihoods at a level that is unexpected. That is a solution from this room. We seed what we should be doing by imagining that we can deal with issues out there. 60% of the people who are doing business, they are funded by women because they want to protect their children. So it's about every institution. When you do a pilot project, before you leave, and you all know, as I know,
Most of the money that is put in some of these pilot projects, why they end immediately after, is because there is too much money for transport, too much money for allowances, too much money for salaries, too much money much less money that is going to the community to enable the process to continue. By the time you leave a practical process at the grassroots, as I finish, how much can this project that you have initiated survive on its own 1 week after you have left?
Exactly. Thank you so much, Daktari, for that. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so sorry, but that's what happens when you have a wealth of experience on a panel. I think my feedback to KCV, keep it 3 people, 5 years experience only, to then allow others to speak. But I hope you really managed to get a lot of good information out of this. We are still in the room. There are lots more panels. I know you have questions. There are lots more panels throughout the day, today and tomorrow. For me, very small, quick reflection. Adaptation is already happening. It is not happening in this conference room. It's not happening in the expos that we're seeing great examples from, but it's coming from communities, from farmers, businesses, markets across Africa. No single actor is able to achieve this. Science without markets will not scale. Markets without policy will not scale. Policy without communities will not scale. And lastly, finance without viable enterprises will not scale. So if we talk about mitigation, reducing future climate risks, adaptation is really about building future prosperity. So let me bring this session to a close. Please join me in thanking our distinguished panelists for such an insightful and stimulating discussion. We've taken about 1 hour, 20 minutes of your time, but I think it's because it was very interesting and there was a lot to be said. We must remind ourselves that climate adaptation is not just about responding to that risk, but unlocking the opportunities. I'm sure you've heard opportunities from the climate sector, innovation, policy, finance, and community action. So thank you very much to my panelists for sharing your expertise and your vision today. And please, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a round of applause as they exit the stage.
Actually, we give them an applause, please stand together up front here as we take a picture just for archiving. And yes, it was an engaging 1.5 hours, and you need to be in the picture as a moderator. And it was so engaging. Yes, not only did we lose track of time, someone lost sight of their glasses, or perhaps you need to relocate them. If these are your glasses, your spectacles, please head on to either come to me now or I will take them to the registration desk. If you can't see your glasses, please, you can either come to me or go to the registration desk. You'll find it. Let's give them a hand. Actually, I will ask us to do an unorthodox thing as we get to Sam Ndonga. Tafadhali njoo kwa stage. He'll be getting into greening financial ecosystems. Let's all stand as they stand and give him a standing ovation as the first panel of our first day. Let's stand and give him a standing ovation in appreciation as our first panel on Adaptation Investment Summit for Africa 2026. And I'll invite them to head on to their seats. And that was really just to get you to also kind of stretch. We've been seated for quite a while. And we're about to witness the signing of partnerships that you will be witnessing as well. You may have your seats. Karibuni, we may have the seats. So we're getting into the next session, and it'll be greening the financial ecosystem. Sam, I will hand over to you as our panel, the first panel head of stage, and you will call on the next panel for this discussion. Asante sana.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Is it already afternoon? Oh, it was meant to be morning. Good afternoon. Thank you for the correction. I'm going to request that we quickly just stand up, if you don't mind. I know you've been sitting for a while. Do you mind standing up? And do a bit of a stretch to get the blood flowing, isn't it? So we're talking about climate adaptation. So I'm going to ask you to do a bit of stretching by calling the rain. So let's do like this. The side, up, to the side. Good job. You have your seats. A warm welcome to this high plenary session on greening the financial ecosystem. And the goal for us today is to try and seek how to unravel the role of capital markets, banks, investors in unlocking and growing climate adaptation finance. My name is Samuel Ndonga. I'm a development finance and impact investing professional, and I'll be moderating this session. I think from the previous session, we've heard that adaptation is already taking place in communities and enterprises. And then the next frontier is commercialization. That is turning local resilience solutions into scalable businesses and markets. Looking at data around financing, climate finance flows into Africa. The latest data we have from the Climate Policy Initiative, as at the end of 2024, shows that out of about $55 billion that came into Africa, only about $11 billion of that went into climate adaptation finance. The rest, of course, went to mitigation and all that. But that was actually a drop of about 15% if you compare the numbers in 2023. And over 96% of that was actually public funds, and only about 3 to 4% being private finance. So you can see there's a huge gap from a private finance perspective. But it's not because that Africa doesn't have resources. It's not starting from zero. Africa is not capital constrained. If you look at the pool of domestic capital, the estimate is about $4 trillion of funds sitting across pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, banks, and other domestic financial institutions. So the challenge is not the issue of funds lacking. It's a question of how do we get this capital flowing where it ought to go. So our session it basically tries to answer the question, how do we build a financial ecosystem that can fund the risk and scale those adaptation opportunities across Africa? So we're going to have two keynote speakers, followed by a panel of high-level plenary session. To start it off with addressing the question of what institutional arrangements need to be in place to enable climate adaptation finance. We're going to have Ms. Brenda Mbathi, who serves as the inaugural Chief Executive Officer of the Two Rivers International Finance and Innovation Center, a special economic zone, which is Kenya's first privately owned, services-focused special economic zone. Prior to her current role, she served as the President and CEO of General Electric East Africa, Group Corporate Relations Director at East African Breweries, and Sales and Marketing Director at Farmers Choice East Africa, among other roles. Brenda also serves as the current Vice Chairperson of the Board of the Kenya Private Sector Alliance and is a former member of President Biden's Advisory Committee on Doing Business in Africa. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Brenda Mbathi to deliver the first leadership keynote.
Good afternoon, everyone. I didn't expect Sam to read my CV to explain how many years I've been working, but thank you, Sam. And then he also said I was going to talk about some very complicated financial matters, and I'm sure I'm not the best placed in this room to do that, because he didn't mention anywhere that I was a banker or a finance manager, etc. But what I do is I lead a special economic zone, a financial center. So let me give it my best shot, and I will stand on the protocols that have been observed ahead by our esteemed MC and others who've spoken before me. So I'll just address you and call you distinguished guests. It's now afternoon. We were originally meant to start in the morning. You've been asked to call the rain, so hopefully you're feeling in a better place and ready to listen, and hopefully I won't speak too long. But I do want to say it's a great pleasure to be here. It's not a subject that I have spoken on before, but it's something that's very dear and near to my heart due to the various things that I've done in the past, including working at conserving Karura Forest when I was working for the breweries. And I really want to appreciate Kenya Climate Ventures for giving me this opportunity. And I want to congratulate them for convening this conversation. There could not be a more appropriate time to discuss how Africa's financial ecosystems can become a catalyst for climate adaptation and long-term sustainable growth. I want to thank Dr. Kalua for his keynote speech, and indeed for him reminding us of the constant need to go to Genba. For those of you who've been in manufacturing, you may know these Japanese words and terms, but what that means, as he explained, is that you go to where the economic opportunity lies. You go to where value is created, you go to the source, you observe, and as he said yesterday, read his article in the Sunday papers, you don't call them smallholder farmers. And then somebody from the audience actually said, we're here talking too much and we need to have more action and we need to address these needs. And that indeed is important. But also what's important is to have the conversations. Because before you execute, it's very important to plan. And I think that this is what this conference allows us to do. We've also given out some examples of how climate change is no longer a future concern, but it indeed is today's realities. I sometimes think about how these realities become important. It seems that now climate change is more important when you see our brothers and sisters in Europe in the sweltering heat, something that they are not used to. But I also consider, does anybody think about it when it's our brothers and sisters in Africa in that sweltering heat? And across Africa, we continue to witness more frequent droughts, devastating floods, including in our own city, changing weather patterns, food insecurity, and increasing pressure on our infrastructure and economies. And these challenges affect all our businesses, they affect our governments, and they affect the communities in which we live in. They affect us all alike. So the question is therefore no longer whether we should invest in climate adaptation. The question is whether our financial systems, in all its formats, will evolve quickly enough to finance the resilient future that Africa requires. Africa contributes less than 4% of global greenhouse gas emissions, yet we suffer some of the world's greatest climate impacts. At the same time, estimates suggest that adaptation financing requirements runs into tens of billions of dollars every year. And we know that governments alone cannot meet this challenge. Development finance alone cannot close this gap. The private sector needs to become a much bigger part of the solution. And this requires all of us to fundamentally rethink climate adaptation. We must stop viewing adaptation as simply an environmental obligation. Instead, we must recognize it as an economic opportunity, an opportunity to build stronger businesses, an opportunity to protect long-term enterprise value, an opportunity to create employment, and an opportunity to generate attractive investment returns while building resilience for future generations. Ladies and gentlemen, the encouraging news is that Africa already possesses many of the ingredients necessary to unlock this opportunity. Our capital markets continue to mature. Our banking sector is becoming increasingly innovative. Institutional investors are integrating sustainability into their investment decisions. Private equity and venture capital firms are actively actively seeking new investment opportunities. And development finance institutions continue to play an important catalytic role. Yet, despite all this progress, climate adaptation remains significantly underfunded. The issue is not simply a lack of capital. The issue is creating investable opportunities that give investors confidence. And this will require a stronger financial ecosystem. An ecosystem where governments create enabling policies, where regulators, and we heard this before, provide certainty, where banks must innovate, where capital markets will develop new products, and where institutional investors will embrace long-term thinking, and where businesses develop investment-ready projects capable of attracting both domestic and international capital. As was said earlier when I was introduced, I'm the CEO of an institution called Two Rivers International Finance and Innovation Center Special Economic Zone. The acronym is TRIFIC. And we firmly believe that financial centers have an important responsibility in making this happen. Our role at TRIFIC is not simply to provide office space. Our role is to provide an ecosystem that connects ideas with investment, innovation with capital, entrepreneurs with market, and sustainable businesses with long-term investors. Our own journey at TRIFIC actually illustrates what is possible. We began in mid-2023, and today we are so proud to host more than 30 enterprises, making TRIFIC one of the fastest growing special economic zones in Kenya. I'd actually have to say the fastest. And last week marked another significant milestone for us. We successfully listed the TRIFIC IREIT on the Nairobi Securities Exchange following an oversubscribed public offer regulated by the CMA. We did that since 2023, in less than 3 years. It is possible. And this was more than just a successful listing. It demonstrated the confidence that investors have in innovative financial instruments and in Kenyan capital markets. It also showed how capital markets can mobilize long-term domestic investment. The majority of our investors were domestic to finance quality real estate and infrastructure assets. Now imagine if we collectively apply that same innovation to climate adaptation. You know, Dr. Kalua, it took more than going to Gemba. It took everyday lean manufacturing processes in the last 6 months to get us to where we wanted to be, but it was possible. And so if we can imagine climate resilience bonds, financing flood protection infrastructure, if we can imagine more green REITs funding climate smart commercial developments, if we can imagine pension funds which hold more than $1 trillion investing in resilient infrastructure, if we can imagine blended finance structures unlocking investment into climate smart agriculture, imagine commercial banks offering dedicated resilience financing products to SMEs, imagine venture capital backing African entrepreneurs, developing technologies that help communities to adapt to climate change. And these opportunities are real. You need to believe. The challenge before us is how quickly we can scale them. And I believe we should focus on 3 priorities. First, we must strengthen governance. Climate risk is no longer simply a sustainability issue. It is a boardroom issue. Boards must integrate climate resilience into their corporate strategy, their investment decisions, and long-term value creation. We didn't just list an IREIT. We listed a green US dollar IREIT. Good governance will increasingly determine which organizations attract investment. And we purposefully went to seek to being green. Secondly, we must accelerate financial innovation. Traditional financing models alone will not meet Africa's adaptation needs. We require, and it's been said before, blended finance. We require guarantees. We require resilience bonds. We require green bonds. We require catalytic capital. We require sustainability-linked financing. And we also need new investment vehicles specifically designed for African markets. What we took to the NSE was new. We went and made it possible, and so can you. And third, I think one of the reasons we're all in this room today is we need to collaborate more effectively, because no single institution can solve this challenge alone. We have to do it as governments, as regulators, as banks, capital markets, institutional investors, development finance institutions, private investors, financial centers, entrepreneurs, etc., etc. And I think that's where Kenya Climate Ventures comes into play, by collectively bringing us together. And only by working together can we build this financial ecosystem which is so capable of unlocking climate adaptation finance at scale. Truly, we just need to believe. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa has often been described as the continent most vulnerable to climate change. But I believe that Africa can instead become the continent that demonstrates how financial innovation, good governance, strategic partnership can build resilience while driving inclusive economic growth. We have the talent. We have the entrepreneurial spirit. We have growing financial markets. We have increasing investor interest. What we need now is bolder leadership from all of us in this room, because we need leadership that embraces innovation, leadership that takes risk, leadership that thinks beyond traditional financing, leadership that is prepared to invest today in tomorrow's resilience. And if we get this right, climate adaptation will no longer be viewed simply as a development challenge for those of us in the developing world. It will become one of our greatest investment opportunities. So let us work together to build a financial ecosystem that not only finances resilience, but also accelerates Africa's economic transformation. I look forward to the other keynote address. I look forward to being part of the panel discussion, but I'd ask you to ask your questions to the panelists because they haven't spoken yet, and also to learning from everybody who will be on stage today, so that we can identify practical actions that can unlock significantly greater climate adaptation finance across our continent. Thank you very much.
Another applause for Brenda. Thank you. Thank you, Brenda. Just a few key messages stood out. One is that adaptation needs to become a board issue. It needs to be elevated to that level. Secondly, the financing gap is not only about capital scarcity, but about converting resilience needs into investable opportunities. And lastly, no single institution can solve this alone. We all need to do our various bits. But how do we make trade bankable? That is a question our next keynote speaker is seeking to answer. Mr. Duncan Onyango leads Trade Catalyst Africa, the institution built by Trademark Africa to turn Africa's trade corridors from ports to borders to farms into investments a bank will say yes to. I think we had the question around how do we get financial institutions to say yes. Before joining TCA, he spent over 2 decades moving between donor agencies, development finance institutions, and the private sector at Acumen, Swede, African Enterprise Challenge Fund, Kifwa, and Faro Ventures East Africa. And as, according to his words, learning what it actually takes to get capital moving on the ground. Duncan brings what he calls a corridor-first view. Infrastructure, finance, and policy working together, or none of it working at all. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Duncan Onyango, the CEO of Trade Catalyst Africa, to deliver the second keynote.
Thank you, and good afternoon. When Sam was introducing me, I was wondering whether he's actually talking about me. But I've been given a task, and that task is to share with you some exciting proposals when it comes to this particular subject of adaptation, but also of investments. So let me first start by congratulating KCV on 10 years of leadership in climate investment. I also want to recognize UNIDO, the government of Kenya, and all the partners who have actually helped to build this important ecosystem. And to Brenda for setting the context. I hope I'm going to be able to build on what you've said for us. And it's a real pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to be in this room with you. I believe that what we have is a diverse group of people. We have investors, I've seen a few of them around the room, financiers, entrepreneurs, innovators, farmers, and everybody else in between. But I also must confess that when you speak about climate adaptation to investors, it can sometimes feel a bit like pitching vegetables to people who came expecting dessert. And since it's lunch, you can actually make the connection. Everyone agrees vegetables are very important, but I'm sure very few people get excited about them. And so for too long, climate adaptation has suffered from a similar image problem. We talk about it as necessary, urgent, and responsible, but rarely do we talk about it as exciting, scalable, and profitable. So I would like to challenge that, because I believe adaptation is not simply a climate necessity. It is one of Africa's biggest investment opportunities. And increasingly, the evidence is all around us. So I believe we have a framing problem. It is mentioned that by 2035, Africa is expected to require approximately $100 billion annually for climate adaptation. And I believe you're going to be hearing this number repeated throughout the next couple of days. And yet, globally, adaptation finance remains far below what is needed. The gap continues to widen. But I would argue that we are asking the wrong question. The question is not simply, where will the money come from? The better question is, what are we asking the money to invest in? Because capital follows clarity, we were told earlier. Capital follows opportunity. It follows predictable cash flows. It follows manageable risk. It follows credible markets. And if we want more adaptation finance, we need more adaptation investments. I've also heard, when we talk about adaptation, we often talk about it as an expense. But investors understand assets. A resilient transport corridor is an asset. A climate-smart warehouse is an asset. A reliable irrigation system is an asset. A digital trade platform is an asset. A cold chain is an asset. Those assets move goods, they reduce losses, they increase productivity, they create jobs, and they generate revenue. So they do produce resilience. But they also produce returns. And if adaptation were truly uninvestable, investors would not already be backing it. Yet they are. Take, for example, a company called Sun Culture. Some of you might be aware of Sun Culture here in East Africa. They provide solar-powered irrigation systems that help farmers to reduce dependence on erratic rainfall, for farmers to increase their yields and become more resilient to drought. To scale their model, Sun Culture has attracted support from investors, including the British International Investment, BII, Shell Foundation, through innovative financing structures that lower costs for farmers. I remember in the early days when Samir started out with Sun Culture, I used to bump into him in rooms like this, talking about his vision, pitching business competitions, trying to get that cash. And now, Sun Culture is attracting big bucks. So that is adaptation. But it is also business. Investors did not support Sun Culture because adaptation sounded noble. They supported it because adaptation solved a market problem. The best adaptation investments do exactly that. It solves a market problem. So I would like to make a slightly unconventional argument and focus on trade. Trade may be Africa's most powerful adaptation tool, but we simply do not call it that. When markets remain connected during a drought, that's adaptation. When farmers can access regional buyers instead of relying on a single local market, that's adaptation. When businesses can diversify supplies across borders, that's adaptation. And when transport and logistics systems continue functioning during climate shocks, that's, my friends, adaptation. Trade creates options. And resilience at its heart is the ability to have options when circumstances change. The more connected our markets become, the more resilient our economies become. Trade enables that to happen. Now, we say that there are some entrepreneurs in the room, and entrepreneurs do not wake up every morning asking, how can I build climate resilience today? They ask, how can I solve a problem? How can I create value? How can I grow my business? Those are the questions they ask. And the beauty is that many of the solutions they're building strengthen climate resilience, whether they use climate language or not. An agri-tech company helping farmers use water more efficiently is doing adaptation. A logistics firm reducing food losses is doing adaptation. And a fintech platform helping farmers to manage climate risks is doing adaptation. A cold storage company extending the life of agricultural products is doing adaptation. Many of the entrepreneurs building Africa's future are already building the adaptation economy. The financing ecosystem simply needs to recognize it. One thing I frequently hear from investors is this: we have capital, show us the opportunities. In adaptation finance, money is often not the primary constraint. Bankable pipelines are. Consider a farmer. Our success begins with a feeder road. That road joins a trade corridor. The corridor links to a border. The border opens access to regional markets. Those markets require warehouses. The warehouses require finance. None of these are separate investments. They are one interconnected economic system. Yet we often present them as disconnected projects. Investors do not invest in fragments. They invest in systems, they invest in value chains, they invest in ecosystems that generate predictable returns. I was involved in the setting up of the Acumen Resilient Agriculture Fund, and we recognize this reality. The fund raised more than $58 million to invest in African agribusinesses that help smallholder farmers adapt to climate change through better market access, digital services, climate-smart agriculture, and financial solutions. Think about what that means. Adaptation is no longer sitting exclusively in grant portfolios. Dedicated investment funds are being built around it. That is a powerful signal. Now at TCA, we have seen this firsthand. On the Northern Corridor, modernizing border infrastructure does more than move trucks faster. It lowers transport costs, it increases trade volumes, it improves efficiency and creates stronger commercial activity. So what appears to be infrastructure quickly becomes an investment story. On the Lobito corridor, some of you have heard that is a corridor that links Angola through Zambia into the DRC. We learned an equally important lesson. Capital was available, investor interest was available, but what was missing was a pipeline of investment-ready opportunities connecting infrastructure, businesses, farmers, processors, and markets. So the shortage was not money. The shortage was bankable opportunities. So this brings me to blended finance because I've heard it being mentioned. It remains one of the most important tools available to us, provided we remember its true purpose. Public capital should not stay in a project forever. Its role is to absorb the early risk, to demonstrate viability, and to attract commercial investors. Success should not be measured by how much concessional capital we deploy. Success should be measured by how much private capital follows public capital. In South Africa, the Mirova Digiton Fund provides a good example. With support from catalytic investors, including the European Investment Bank, the fund has mobilized hundreds of millions of dollars to finance clean energy, climate-smart agriculture, resilient food systems, and other climate-related investments across emerging markets. That is how markets scale. Public money enters first, private money follows. Eventually, the market stands on its own. The best public dollar is the one that makes itself unnecessary. If I follow the example that my colleague Brenda set, I will leave you with 3 priorities today. And there will be these. First, build pipelines, not projects. One adaptation project is interesting. 100 adaptation projects become an investment opportunity. Investors need repeatable, scalable, and investable pipelines. And so our ambition should not be isolated success stories. Our ambition should be creating that asset class we had mentioned. Number two, build markets around investments, because every entrepreneur needs functioning infrastructure. Every investor needs predictability. Markets become investable when roads, borders, institutions, regulations, and financial systems reinforce one another. Good markets reduce risk. Reduced risk attracts capital. Capital creates growth. Number three, make public capital work harder. Every grant, guarantee, and concessional facility should answer a simple question: what private investment will this unlock next? And if we start measuring success that way, adaptation finance will scale dramatically faster. So let me end by saying this. We don't suffer from a shortage of ideas, and we don't suffer from a shortage of entrepreneurs. And increasingly, we do not suffer from a shortage of capital. What we lack is a connection between them. The opportunity before us in this conference is to stop viewing adaptation as a moral obligation and start seeing it as an economic opportunity. The evidence is there. Investors are funding solar irrigation. They're backing climate-smart agriculture. They're supporting resilient energy systems. And they're building funds dedicated to adoption opportunities. So the question is no longer whether adaptation is investable. The question is whether we can create opportunities fast enough for the capital that is looking for them. So at TCA, we say we make trade bankable. We do that by preparing projects, de-risking those projects, catalyzing investment by making sure that we actually do have an attractive investment case for that particular project. And that is how we make it bankable. So today I would like to add, if we follow the same concept, then we'll be able to make climate adaptation investable. Because when trade becomes bankable, adaptation becomes investable, and when adaptation becomes investable, we all win. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Duncan, for the speech. I think you've given us the key messages, so I'm not going to belabor the point, repeating the same again. And so I'd like to move us into the high plenary session, and we'd like to invite Brenda, if you don't mind coming back to the panel. Sorry, I should have asked you to sit down here before. But also, it's an opportunity for me to demonstrate my gentlemanness by... Yes, please. Thank you. The next panelist to come, I'd like to invite is Ms. Rita Alaro. Rispa Alaro. Apologies for that. Rispa is the Group Finance Director, Centum Investments, and is also the chairperson of the Investment Committee at Kenya Climate Ventures. Let's welcome Rispa on stage. Following closely is Ms. Neha Shah, the co-founder and managing director of Maitri Capital, and also the co-founder of Rafiki Ventures. Neha, karibu. Let's encourage her. She comes to the stage. Followed closely is Ms. Wayne Bride. Ms. Wayne Bride, who is a senior advisor, AV Ventures LLC, which is an impact investment firm working across Africa and Asia.
Are we on? Great. Thank you. So we're going to start this conversation with looking at the ecosystem architecture, the governance around, and the capital market innovation. And the first question is going to go to Brenda, CEO for Traffic. You've just come off a very successful close. I think it was about $30 million raise, I read. So from a keynote, you argue that Africa must stop treating adaptation as an environmental obligation, but look at it as an economic opportunity. So based on your experience coming off this raise, what would you say are the main gaps we need to close from a capital markets perspective to really enable climate adaptation opportunities to become credible and investable transactions? Mike.
Thank you. Sorry, shall I just give this to you? Thanks for that question. I think one has to be intentional about looking at the opportunities, and once you look at adaptation as a key instrument to what you're trying to do, it will unravel the opportunities. So I'll give you the practical example with the green USD IREIT that brought to the market last week, or listed last week, but we went and presented it to the market 30 days before. Why did we call it green? We saw the opportunity of seeking more, of obtaining more investors if what we were bringing to the market was green. And we also got support from the Securities Exchange and from the CMA in terms of our transaction costs and in terms of support for what we were trying to do, because they have specific financial instruments that you can tap into if you're green. And it genuinely was not too difficult to be a green asset. So months earlier, we had to get all our green edge certification for the building and making sure that that was all in place. So I think once we knew that that was our intention and we understood the opportunities it would give us, not just from the regulators, but also from potential investors who were looking at green assets, we just made a very focused, determined effort to achieving those goals. And I think you'll start to see that more and more on the Nairobi securities, because there is an actual green program within the CMA. You get support from the British government on the NSC if you're bringing something that is green that can be investable. And it's things that we were told by the regulator. So that's also a great thing to know. It's not something that we knew before, it was something that we were advised. And they actually walked the journey with us, and the IFC walked the journey with us as well. So there's a lot of support in the ecosystem if you go out and explain your intention. And we really were supported on this whole listing. And so that's one of the reasons we became green. We weren't the only one. Before us, there has been another REIT that was listed on the securities, and they in turn made sure that they were a green REIT. And I say this because what you also didn't mention is Rispa Laro here sits on the Nairobi securities. So as part of the Nairobi securities, they are extremely helpful in showcasing to you what is available that you can use if you're coming into their ecosystem. I believe the IFC is, I believe even your establishment, Trade Catalyst, can also support. They also tell you these opportunities are available to you if you do X, Y, and Z. And X, Y, and Z is not that difficult.
My next question goes to RISPA. You have the privilege of sitting at the NSC, so you have a view of the capital markets in Kenya, and also sitting at the investment committee at a fund level. So building on what Brenda has said in terms of the support structures and the systems that are in place in the capital markets, what needs to change at the fund level? What are some of the things that need to change in terms of how the funds are structured, the kind of mandates they present to investors, and whatever de-risking solutions they have in place to be able to actually attract some of the same investors who are investing in the green I-rates, pension funds, insurance, and others, making them more comfortable to allocate capital at the fund level.
Yeah, thanks for that. I'll start with a statistic that you brought up when you opened, and you mentioned that there's about 4 trillion in Kenya shillings available in the economy insofar as pension funds are concerned, sovereign wealth funds as well. So what Duncan had said, the issue is not capital. It isn't. The issue is viable investment-ready opportunities or projects. So quite a number of conditions that may need to be met to then they just make these opportunities more attractive for private, especially for private capital. So one, there's need for building a pipeline of bankable projects. And what do I mean by bankable? I know that word has been used a bit since we started in the morning. It means that these projects, one, need to be commercially viable. We spoke about serving very specific needs of the market. And these needs will then point to revenues, because if you're serving a need, there is demand for that product or service, and that points to then revenue growth. The second is financial feasibility. Someone in the previous panel spoke about, costs, large establishment costs, people costs, and by the time the funding is dried up, the project is not sustainable. It hasn't become an enterprise. So that financial feasibility and cost coverage is also very important. The other is technical feasibility. I think getting to the adaptation space, we have to use sound technology, appropriate technology, with very realistic business models, and with skill that helps then translate those to whatever products or services that then meet the needs of the market. And then strong management teams. At KCV, as we interview many founders, one thing that we see is that some of them do have very strong teams behind them with a wealth of experience in the area of passion, but some don't. Actually, many don't. So that's also another important factor in terms of having your project bankable. The other is compliance, both legal, regulatory, whatever project it is that they come up with has to be one that is operating and can operate within the confines of the regulatory environment within the country. And goes without saying, very measurable resilience outcomes are important. And then now that can help then point to the end insofar as adaptation is concerned. So there's a great need for a preparation phase for businesses to get them from just ideas into viable businesses that will then attract especially private capital. And that's something that we have done very well at KCV. The other condition is strengthening the risk sharing. Private capital doesn't want to take all the risk. And I even wrote one of the comments Duncan gave earlier. You said, make public capital work harder. Yeah? Very, very important, because what it does then, it de-risks. Not completely de-risk, but it reduces the risk and increases the appetite then for private capital, which is very important. Other mechanisms, blended finance, guarantees, fast loss capital, even insurance, to then reduce the risk and then make these projects investable by private capital. This was mentioned also, this third point, which is policy certainty. Shifts and turns and twists within regulation don't make for good investments by the private sector. There needs to be some level of certainty in tax or in terms of the regulation, but also even in terms of tax breaks as well. So, a very stable regulatory environment reduces the cost of capital for the private investors. And then data. There's been quite a bit of progress in terms of data relating to adaptation, but I think there's still a lot of runway to get to a place where then there's a lot of visibility in terms of adaptation data. And then lastly, proven track record. The truth is, institutional investors are persuaded by evidence. So the more examples that we get into the market of adaptation investments that then provide a return, and not just a return, but a competitive return, that where it's debt financing, they're even able to consistently pay back. Such examples then create a lot of confidence for follow-on investments.
Thank you, Rispa. I want to build up on your points around enterprises and the need for them to be investment ready, to be able to actually attract that capital. And Niha, you have the privilege of working with a lot of businesses. And so, there's always this eternal pull and push between the sell side and the buy side. The sell side says, we don't have this. The buy side is always saying, we have this. So really, based on your experience of what you've worked with the various enterprises, do you think that the capital is actually responding to the opportunities that are available? And if not, where are the gaps? Secondly, laying on that is, what gaps are you seeing with the enterprises that you're working on, where additional support, from a technical assistance perspective, other partners coming on board need to be addressed to be able to actually get them to where they ought to be, to actually raise the capital they need to raise?
Thank you, Sam, for that question. I think all throughout the day today, we've heard that financing is not an issue. There is no lack of financing. But let's talk to the entrepreneurs in the room. Is that really true? I think the elephant in the room is that, yes, financing is available, but it is not available at all stacks of the capital stack required to finance our very fledgling industry in climate adaptation. A lot of businesses, Sam, you asked, what are they really? They're pitching, they're in deal rooms. Why are they not attracting the capital? There are like 20, 30 investors in the room. Where is the mismatch? I think a lot of the issues we've spoken about today, Rispa spoke quite a bit in terms of what makes a business bankable. Corporate governance is often one of the biggest ones that attracts capital. It gives them the confidence that if I'm giving you millions and millions of shillings, you're going to handle this money well. Market linkages is one of our biggest issues. A lot of our enterprises are very small. How can we make the market bigger for them? And this is a role not just for the entrepreneurs, not just for the financiers, but for the entire ecosystem, the governments, public, as well as the governments. It is a role for all of us to create this market ecosystem where the products are needed. When Europe was setting up its agricultural tariffs, it was buying and consuming those products. Why can't we do the same? Brenda, you've set up a green REIT. Why can't the government be a source of procurement of some of these products and enforce local consumption, thereby creating a market for our climate adaptable businesses? I think some of the other challenges we have is that capital stack. So we talk about early venture capital providers, we talk about private equity, we talk about blended finance. But you will find along the stack, even for the likes of Sun Culture, who's one of the most well-funded businesses in climate adaptation today in all of Africa. What's next for them? Who is there in line there to grow? Do we have that already? And I do want to pose this out to the plenty of capital providers in the room. Are we stacking our capital in a sequence where, as our enterprises are growing, there is capital to deploy into them? I think pension funds, we have a trillion shillings in pension funds. Why are they not investing in this sector? How can we make them? Is it an awareness issue? Is it a risk, risk aversion issue? Is it a lack of bankable projects? I think there are lots of bankable projects. It's probably risk-taking appetite from our pension funds who possibly need to be given mandates at a board level to say, yes, you've got to adapt, you've got to invest X percentage of your capital in climate adaptable businesses, perhaps to the same buildings and real estate that they own. Again, creating a market linkage and an ecosystem. Just some practical solutions to a lot of the issues that we already know about in the industry.
Great, thank you. I'd like to move to Wade. You were involved in the design and implementation of a fund that invests in some of the most difficult regions in Kenya, where climate is real. Do you mind maybe give us a view in terms of what made that fund work? What was the role of catalytic and development finance in really enabling AV Ventures to be able to actually make the investments we need to make? If my numbers are right, I think the fund has supported over
about 30 million.
Yeah, in terms of investment, but in over 30,000, I think, enterprises supported through this fund, both directly through financial, directly, but also indirectly through financial intermediaries. What has made this fund work, and what lessons can we draw from that when we think about climate adaptation finance in addressing some of the key challenges that the other panelists have mentioned?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wani Bright. I work for a company called AV Ventures. AV Ventures manages a number of investment funds across Africa and Asia, but I'm here to talk about the Impact for Kenya Fund. It's about a $30 million vehicle, and as Sam just pointed out, we have invested directly and indirectly in about 30,000 enterprises. So one of the key issues we keep hearing here is that there are lack of bankable, investment-ready businesses in Kenya. When we go to convenings like this, we keep hearing about Sun Culture, Sistema Bio, Keep It Cool. These are the enterprises that have access to these forums. These are the enterprises that are not just good at what they're doing in terms of operating their business, they also talk the talk. They can get in front of investors, international investors, impact investors, DFIs, speak the language they want to hear. They're flashy, they speak well, they have the right metrics, they have a team behind them that can talk in a language that investors want to hear and will be amenable to investing in. But what about everyone else? Kenya has almost 2 million registered MSMEs. That's just registered. That's not talking about the people that are not registered. Those 2 million people, those 2 million enterprises, and those 2 million entrepreneurs don't have access to these fora. They don't have the right terminology to speak to the investors that the larger climate-smart enterprises are speaking to. But they are active in the adaptation space. I'm talking about a farmer that uses drought-resistant seeds. He's a climate-smart enterprise. I'm talking about a construction company that builds walls to prevent flooding. That's a climate-smart enterprise. But these people are not able to access investment funds, they're not able to access DFIs. Many times they're not able to access commercial banks because we as investors say they're not investment ready, they're not bankable. So our solution as we set up the Impact for Kenya Fund was how do we get to those people at the base of the pyramid? How do we get to those investors that are truly making a difference? And so through our fund, what we've done, we have made 13 investments. 4 are to enterprises that are climate smart enterprises. You'll meet some of them year to date, like SolarGen and Safer Power. But 9 of our investments are to financial institutions, both commercial banks as well as MFIs. And these are the people that know how to identify and know how to finance. They already have the infrastructure in place to be able to finance the micro and small enterprises that are truly the backbone of how Kenya operates. These are the enterprises that don't consider themselves as climate enterprises. They are just doing smart business practices. They're using irrigated agriculture because there's been seasons and seasons of drought in northern Kenya. They're not using irrigated agriculture because they want to be labeled as a climate adaptation business. They're using irrigated agriculture because that's the only way their business can succeed. And so the way we have been successful was finding the right financial institution partners and financing them, using their existing business models, and then helping them understand how to develop and deploy climate financing, how to better measure and track climate enterprises, and how to provide them with the technical assistance that they need to be successful going forward.
Thank you for that. I want to bring this conversation back into matters, trade corridors, and market demand. In your keynote, you did mention that investable opportunities are those ones that solve market problems. More often than not, can adaptation finance discussion tend to begin with technologies or financing instruments? But enterprises only scale where there is demand. How can trade corridors, regional markets, and value chains convert adaptation needs into commercially viable demand for resilience, products, services, and infrastructure?
Sam, that's a big question. And I hope we have time to be able to get to the answer. You know, if you look at the value, if you look at an entrepreneur, creates a lot of value in the factory. And then loses that value along the corridor. Why? Because you'll get to the border because you're trying to access your market. You'll get to the border and you'll stay at the border for about 2 or 3 days, waiting to be cleared by somebody. Every day you're losing more than $200, and this is something that we have established through time and travel, time and traffic survey. So you stay at the border for 3 days. The product itself is exposed to all manners of things, exposures to the environment. If it's a perishable, then it's highly likely that it'll actually perish at the border. And so you've done all this work, you've created all this value, and you're losing it at the border. And therefore our question is, we need to solve that particular issue. We need to make sure that you're able to cross the borders and you're then able to access the markets. But to do so means that we have to solve so many other things. To improve the border, just as an example, just to improve the border, requires work in terms of policies. You're talking about 2 governments or 2 countries, 2 governments, several agencies and authorities operating at the border, each has its own issues as to why you cannot cross. Some of it is relating to risk, security, all manners of things. So you have to solve all of that. And then, of course, be able to invest. And so for us at DCA, when we assessed the effectiveness of the corridor from the port all through to the destination country, we looked at, the roads, the rails, the facilities that are available within country, like industrial parks and all manners of things. We realized that we need not only to solve the issue of crossing, but we also need to ensure that there's integration, that these things act as one, so that you're able to transport your goods, your cargo a lot more efficiently, and you're also able to save the value that you've created at the marketplace. Integration of the trade corridors is important. Creating a trusted channel is important, because that very much reflects the risks that is taken, especially when it comes to the trader himself or herself. So all these things require somebody's attention, requires resources. And for us, we're focused. What we do as part of our project preparation is to ensure that all the parties that come together at that point are consulted, have an input, and helps us to actually build a better system. And that is what is actually going to protect value. And there is enough, there are a number of solutions, some of them digital, others physical, that can be brought together to make the corridors a lot more effective. Remember, guys, when you look a piece of, if you look at a road, it's actually just a line on a map. I think some clever chaps actually said that a road, unless something moves on it, and that thing that is moving on it is doing so for the purposes of trading, then it just becomes a line. And so we actually want to make our corridors a lot more effective. We want to make them a lot more efficient. And we actually want to make them bridges to allow for and to enable for entrepreneurs, for business people to be able to cross borders, to be able to actually access regional markets, to be able to grow, their business and scale them in ways that we've actually just, we cannot imagine. So that's probably how I would look at that particular question.
If you don't mind, I'd just like to follow up with another question. Definitely there's obviously quite a bit of work going on in terms of structuring these opportunities so that we can really finance the infrastructure, cross-border infrastructure, unlock trade flows and all that. When I come from a financing perspective, is capital within Africa, and frankly, we're talking about, we are sitting on $4 trillion of assets in pension funds, commercial banks, insurance, and all that. Is it responding to these opportunities? What exactly is making them do this? If there's any challenges, why are they not responding to these opportunities?
So I think the quick answer to your question is yes and no. Historically, the corridors or issues relating to trade facilitation was the purview of government and donor nations, who would provide grants, and then those would actually go towards solving the problems that exist within the corridors. But over time, and as that money becomes, the donor money becomes less and less, and governments are also struggling to be able to fund the improvement of the infrastructure along the corridors, then it has become an imperative to look at other sources. And as And as TCA, that's our job. Our job is to, is to come up with innovative ways in which we can fund and we can invest in what was originally publicly funded infrastructure. And so, through a proper project preparation activities, and also, going out there and attracting capital from other sources, especially from the private sector. There is now an investment case for why you should invest in some of the infrastructure along the corridor. We are seeing opportunities at the ports, for example, port operations, port equipment, which can be turned into business. They can actually return money to an investor. We're seeing along the corridors, expressways and green channels to allow for express movement of trucks and other vehicles for a fee. That creates an investable opportunity. And then we're seeing within the borders themselves, activities like, say, for example, scanners, because you're supposed to scan the trucks and the goods that are passing through, and the scanner itself can actually, is a business. You can provide scanning business. It doesn't have to be, an activity that is provided by the public sector. So we're seeing those opportunities, and all we're saying is that over time, and as we make better, stronger case for private capital coming in, and we are seeing the returns look good, then it becomes an attractive proposition, especially for institutional capital, for pension funds who are looking for regular income over the long term. Just enabling a border and being able to charge, cargo transporters, exporters, charge them in terms crossing the border itself can actually provide quite good income. So it is becoming something that is attractive, but it's primarily because of the hard work that is done on developing the projects and making those projects visible to the investors.
Thank you. Building on your comment around opportunities being visible, I think one of the key challenges is alignment around what constitutes a green investment. And I think Kenya has moved ahead to put in place a green taxonomy. And so this question is both to Brenda and RISPA, is how do we move beyond the classification to actually now start moving capital to those opportunities? So there's a lot of work being done in the background. You did mention, one of the speakers earlier said, capital follows clarity. A part of clarity is identifying an opportunity as is. So if it's a green investment, the green taxonomy seeks to try and align that understanding. But how do we actually now get it to work, move capital to those opportunities?
I'll start, then I'll hand over to Brenda. It's interesting that the journey began. When you said yes and no, you were right. Huh? You were right. We have seen many fast mover pension funds now. We've seen what funds like CPF have done in alternative investment space. So a lot of green investment, a lot of clarity that they have brought now. I spoke about track record. When others see what is being done and that is working, or everybody will join the bandwagon. So that's a very useful example. It has actually begun. Communicating about green, I think there's a lot of governance issues around that. From an investor side, it's very important for that ownership to come straight from the border yeah, in terms of the will and the focus on investing in green initiatives. And that then sets the tone in terms of, you know, how much capital is then allocated, how much work is then done, even in preparation, to then ensure that we are playing our part. In fact, when we were speaking with the ambassador earlier in the morning, you know, and he spoke about a green M-Pesa, such innovations would be extremely useful to then accelerate, yeah, investment into adaptation.
Thanks. I think actually we possibly don't realize that as Kenya you could even call us blessed when it comes to green, because of how we derive our access to electricity from green renewable resources. So already, when you're preparing your pitches, sometimes you don't even know the gifts that you already have. And I would advise people to look at this, because already you're probably operating very green, but you don't realize it. So it's just about using the terminology. And that's something we found. I think it's also just reading up about it and, as we say, making people more aware. When we started our road shows on our green IREIT, talking to the pension funds, talking to trustees, talking to fund managers. So we always kept highlighting this and then also highlighting to them how it supported diversification of their portfolio. So sometimes you actually have to be the front runner to educate those that you want to invest and say, well, guess what? If you invest in me, this is additional things that you get because you're investing in me. And maybe, and I can't speak for Wanyi and Co, but you know, it is simply about, we are blessed if you're operating in Kenya and you're accessing electricity from our national grid, and how we derive that electricity is actually from renewable resources. It can be as simple as that. When you look at the buildings that you operate, it's not difficult to adapt them to be very green using IFC Green Edge certification. And there's so many companies who have established themselves to take you on this journey. So actually it's just about being focused and saying this is what we want to do, and that by doing it, it will release this capital into our enterprise or this investor. Or why do you want to be green? There has to be a reason, that adaptation, because it will unleash a benefit. And I think that that's, you know, what we're talking about when we look at adaptation. But also, because it's also the right thing to do. I think ultimately, at the end of it, it's the right thing to do. So why don't we just do it?
Thank you. I'm looking at time. It's already screaming red. But I want to land this plane and go back to the transactional level. Very quickly, for the final panelists, Niha, from an enterprise perspective, one of the key challenges, of course, from investors is, are the enterprises going to actually follow through with the conditions of the investments, you know, in terms of the improvements they need to make to actually deliver the benefits of adaptation. Financial institutions, when the question is always, we give them the capital, you know, we say money is fungible. Do we know whether they're actually going to actually lend that money to the right enterprises? How do you actually ensure this happens? Very quickly, as we wrap up this plenary.
I'll start first. For the enterprises who've been given money to grow their businesses, as I mentioned before, it's very important to have great corporate governance structures in place. If they've been given grant funding, which is earmarked for a very specific project, that project has to be accounted for very, very specifically. There has to be a board of governance that will monitor that investment. So corporate governance is extremely important. And that will give confidence to the investor to then invest more. It will also draw in extra capital from other sources. So in a nutshell, I think it boils down to corporate governance and good management.
Impact measurement is extremely important for any impact investor. and we build it into our loan agreements. If you are taking financing from us, you need to be able to provide us these metrics. But we have to take it a step further because a lot of our clients were not used to doing this. So we provide them ongoing technical assistance so that they're able to capture the information both at the enterprise level and at the end client level. So a lot of banks or microfinance institutions that we've lent money to, for example, would not have normally captured the climate interventions of their microenterprise clients. And so we had to provide them with training so that they understand how to do that and make sure that they are capturing this data that they can report back to us, that we can report to our investors. And we believe that's actually helpful in terms of attracting additional climate financing from other wholesale financiers or TFIs or institutional investors.
Thank you very much. Just quickly recapping on some of the key messages that we've had from the panelists. And the first one I think is the financial ecosystem is responding to opportunities, as we've seen from Trific's latest example. But I think also Nia has mentioned that not all capital stacks are aligned and really, again, addressing the needs that are in the market. And so more work needs to be done. I think the conditions need to be right for that capital to respond to those opportunities. And part of us in helping this capital to respond is really having a demonstration effect. Opportunities that have worked, that are, where capital has managed to respond to those opportunities, really clearly showcasing these opportunities. But also at the same time, not forget that we also need to continue educating the investors on the opportunities. I think sometimes we assume all investors understand the opportunities. And so we need to continue educating the investors. But also lastly, that government also needs to create the right conditions and also at times create the markets, especially in those early stages, the market opportunities for some of these enterprises. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to this point to close this panel, and I would like to ask you to appreciate the panelists for a very incisive discussion. Thank you very much for your time. I'd like to open this up maybe to 2 questions, looking at the time. 2 questions. I see 3 hands. Where's Mike? We'll start with, is that Sam? Yeah, from WRI on the left. And then the 2 gentlemen over there. Ladies, where are you? I need a question from a lady. Where are they?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, so again, my name is Obadia Mungai from WRI. I was just curious and I wanted to hear the take from the panel. We have so many examples of working models, pilots, and a lot of you have cited this, and we have been citing this since morning. I wonder where would be the place for a compendium of these potential, already proven, commercially viable models that have worked, say, in a sector, say, in agriculture, would really drive that? Because I feel, as a moderator, you've just closed by saying that information, educating the investors. I feel like we have a lot of information sitting in our silos, practical examples that have worked, maybe putting information around the capital stacks and where it would come in. I know the government is trying to do investment plans, like for the blue carbon economy, the climate change action plan. We have an investment plan, but maybe not good enough. So just trying to get their mind on how that would sit. That would be very practical, proven cases in Kenya that have worked, and available also to guide the government in their planning, and also available. And also capital is also competitive. There is also a bit of competition around it. So I just wanted to get their minds around that.
I'd like to give that question to Wayne, based on experience financing enterprises in northern Kenya and other places. You mentioned a number of opportunities. How do we actually make these opportunities visible so that people see what is actually working?
We try to use a systemic lens when we make investments. So if we are making an investment into a company that company should not just make profits for themselves. They need to improve their larger environment, their clients, their supply chain, their entire ecosystem. If a business is truly viable, they are also expected to spur copycats, right? Because that business is actually functional to the point where they are able to have competitors in their space or in neighboring areas. So those are the kind of investments that we actually look for, businesses that have a larger ecosystem impact. Now, finding those is difficult, and then reinforcing with them the idea that we're not just in it for profit for just your business, but the entire ecosystem is part of our technical assistance, helping them understand the ecosystem at large and how our capital is supposed to be systemic and go beyond just that investment.
Just a quick follow-up question. Once you found them and you've invested in them and it's working, how do we make these opportunities visible so that people see what is working? We talked about demonstration effect. In what ways do you think needs to change within the ecosystem to actually make these opportunities visible so that everyone can actually see what is working? Just quickly.
It's an ongoing process. There are opportunities for them to present at forums like this. There are opportunities for them to get in front of additional investors. One of the things that we try to see ourselves as a first step. We're not the be-all, end-all. Our clients are not going to get all the capital that they need from us. And so if we are presenting them in a positive way and presenting their stories in a positive way, sharing their stories at fora, sharing their stories through blog posts and through our websites and through industry events and articles and the like, we're able to present them to other investors for the next stage of capital and the next stage and the next stage.
Thank you. Next question, please.
Thank you. My name is Michael Maluki, roads engineer. I work with the county government of Makueni. I want to echo what Ms. Wayne has just said during the discussion, that we have amazing locally led programs at the county level, at the grassroots level, which are doing amazing work for climate adaptation and working towards making sure we are fighting the issues of climate change. And most of these are not bankable. We have heard this word bankable, and they have these grassroots communities have no opportunity to come to such these conferences. How can we bridge the gap for us as lending institutions, financial institutions, to these locally led solutions which are producing amazing solutions, locally led, and fighting the issues of climate change? I'll give you an example. Makueni County Government, we have a project, we are calling it Green Roads for Water. And this project, we are just building roads beyond the transport function, that we are not just building roads to move people from Nairobi to Mombasa. No, we are building roads that have a climate resilient aspect. They are managing water and managing land degradation, such that we have a win-win situation for us, the road builders and the local communities. And when I deal with the local communities through this project, the stories are amazing. You know, when you come to Makueni and you work with us and you see how this project is changing the livelihoods of the local community in terms of livelihoods improvement and creating climate resilience for this roads infrastructure. But now, when we come to these conferences and present these cases, maybe we don't have the language, to make these projects bankable and attract these financial institutions. How can we bridge this gap? Because I believe the majority which are not bankable are the ones at the grassroots level and doing amazing work for the community and for the world at large. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to give that to Duncan.
Thank you, Michael. Michael, this is what we were trying to solve through the SWADE program, which was literally about identifying local opportunities and amplifying them so that investors can be attracted, to invest in those particular projects. And it was a deliberate action of combining the planning that takes place at the local level, either urban or local, translating that into viable value chain projects and viable infrastructure to unlock the projects themselves, and then presenting that to the investors. That program is still running, albeit, it is limited, to certain secondary towns, and I think in Makueni, it is actually in operation. And it was supposed to act as an exemplar of what needs to be done, so that others can actually just jump on board. And so, I do appreciate that the gap is there. Folks, a lot of investors are not very good at project development, and nor are they willing to go out and kind of, when it comes to pipeline building, we tend to look at what our neighbor is doing and then crowd around that. And so, there is an added role that, the county governments can do in terms of being able to showcase their capability, showcase the projects through certain devices, including, I've seen some using investment conferences to just showcase these things so that investors can get to know them, get to appreciate the economics, and then be able to deploy the capital. But I would urge you to visit the SWED program. It's actually now being run by FSD Africa. They've got a deal room that is very active. I saw them showcasing the deal room last week at the FINAS 2026 conference. And so those kind of programs will actually help bridge the gap.
Thank you, Duncan. Maybe our final question as we close. Thank you.
Try to make it quick. My name is Martin Rukitsky from Plan Adapt from Rwanda. We've heard a lot about the power of markets and how markets can lead us to a lot of adaptation solutions. But what about the failure of markets? Because I believe a lot of lack of adaptive capacity is linked to not covering or even producing the famous negative external effects of certain markets. How do the opportunities that you talk about relate to those? And that probably also relates, are we in a crisis of financial accounting, whereby a lot of the abilities of nature and hence the value of nature, the accounting of natural capital is not sufficiently done, and hence we're getting perverse incentives and the wrong incentives if we count so much on our market logic that we have applied. And how do these opportunities relate to that?
Thank you. Rispa, I'd like to give you that question.
Yeah, thanks for that, Martin. And you're right. You're right in so far as there's still a lot to be done to create awareness. You spoke about even disclosure. Yeah, there's quite a bit to be done. And your question is more around, is it more around the markets, like the capital markets role in deepening? Market incentives, yeah. So, but a lot has been done over the years, and let me just give you a few examples. One example is now from the SEZ. So when we converge as players, those who are then trying to bring forth these adaptation investments or solutions, and engage the policymakers, we have seen quite a bit of traction in terms of getting incentives. So an example I'll give you is for the SEZ, where we've gotten significant tax breaks for those who have, for entities that are investing within and operating within the SEZs. So the journey is long, but groups need to converge and then have a way to then communicate the value that they're going to bring to then the policymakers, and that does help in terms of changing policy to get breaks. Yeah, so it's, there's a long journey ahead, but it has started. It has started. We have seen it as Centum.
And if not, please feel free to engage the panelists directly. I want to bring this to a close, and I'm hoping that this session, building on the previous session that largely talked about the demand side, and we largely talked about the supply side, has bridged that gap as much as possible in terms of really addressing what needs to be done to really get the capital flowing into climate adaptation finance. And if you'd like to engage the panelists after this, if you have any specific questions, please feel free to do so. But thank you very much. Just to invite you again just to appreciate the panelists for a very good discussion. Thank you. Back to you, Mark.
Thank you, Sam, and also to the panelists. Please, let's just step forward and have a picture for that as a second panel for the day. And yes, you've talked about the supply side and the demand side having been addressed earlier with the first panel. And now we have been speaking about what we would want to see, and we now want to see what will be by virtue of a symbolic signing of commitments and partnerships that's going to happen right in front of our eyes. Let's give them a hand as they take a picture, perhaps encourage them to smile just like Brenda. Let's have everyone smile on the panel. Asante sana. Thank you all. Thank you, Sam. Thank you to the panelists for those great insights, which you can continue to break down and take a bite into over lunch, which is what we're getting into. But just before that, will we see a bit of movement on stage just to give room for what will symbolically happen in terms of committing to the next few years. So we would want to witness and look at some new programs, investments, and partnerships in climate adaptation and resilience. And for the first one, I'd like to call on Ms. Lynette Luvai. She is the Deputy Country Representative for Kenya in charge of the United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO, and she will give context in terms of what this means, what is going to be signed right in front of us, or actually she'll give a bit of context in terms of what has already happened, but it is a signed partnership and joint declaration by the United Nations Industrial Development Organization in Kenya, Climate Ventures. I'm just giving time for the gentleman to please just put it on stage, because right after she gives that context, or as she does that, then we will get to the actual witness of the signing and also a photo op for that. To you, Lynette.
Thank you so much, Mark, and good afternoon, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I have a few remarks just to kind of lead up to the announcement of the joint declaration. And so kindly bear with me just for a few minutes as I read my speech. And I just wanted to note that it's an honor to address this landmark Adaptation Investment Summit for Africa 2026. This is a decisive moment for our continent. We know that climate impacts are intensifying, and the urgency of mobilizing enterprise-led adaptation finance has never been greater today. The United Nations Industrial Development Organization is the UN specialized agency for inclusive and sustainable industrial development. Our mission is to harness industry as a driver of transformation, job creation, and resilience. In the context of climate change, this means ensuring that industrial growth is not only competitive, but also climate smart, adaptive, and inclusive. UNIDO engages in adaptation finance because resilient industries and enterprises are essential to safeguarding livelihoods, protecting value chains, and enabling Africa to thrive in a changing climate. By aligning industrial policy with climate resilience, we help countries and enterprises unlock new opportunities for innovation, investment, and sustainable growth. Therefore, UNIDO brings a unique value proposition to this challenge through technical expertise, our convening power, and the ability to connect global knowledge to national priorities, thus helping governments move from ideas and programs to scalable, system-level solutions. This includes supporting industrial policy and industrial infrastructure, looking at embedding climate resilience into industrial strategies, ensuring adaptation is integrated into value chains and industrial infrastructure such as special economic zones and corridors, and enterprise development. We are also supporting SME to empower by strengthening adaptation SMEs, helping them move from promising innovation to investment-ready enterprises capable of delivering resilience at scale. We also support market development and ecosystem building by convening governments, investors, and enterprises to overcome structural barriers, align policies, and unlock financing for adaptation markets. And lastly, through supporting blended finance and innovative financial models and partnerships by leveraging our convening power with multilateral development banks, bilateral partners, and the private sector to design blended finance instruments that de-risk investments and crowd in private capital. So what we do is by no means abstract. We see this as the foundations for practical cooperation, empowerment, and blended finance with entrepreneurial drive of local partners, which help us to create pathways for adaptation enterprises to thrive. Our expertise in industrial competitiveness, SME empowerment, and blended finance allows us to bring this to bear by supporting our partners in the ecosystem. This is precisely the rationale that underpins the new partnership with Kenya Climate Ventures that we are announcing today. And this is a joint declaration between UNIDO and the Kenya Climate Ventures Limited that we are very pleased and delighted to announce. This cooperation between the two establishes a collaborative framework to strengthen mobilization, allocation, and efficient utilization of financial resources, support sustainable, inclusive, climate resilient, and impact-oriented investments across sub-Saharan Africa, and lastly, allows us to capitalize on regional initiatives and complementary expertise to enhance competitiveness and sustainability of key value chains, beginning with coffee in East Africa. The partnership brings together the strengths of both UNIDO and the Kenya Climate Ventures. From UNIDO, our mandate on inclusive and sustainable industrial development, and from the Kenya Climate Ventures, their focus on climate resilient, impact-oriented investments, thus creating a powerful partnership that will support enterprise growth and job creation. As I conclude, distinguished guests, Africa's adaptation market is a rapidly growing high-potential sector. Yet without urgent investment, the funding gap will widen and vulnerabilities will deepen. UNIDO stands ready to work alongside all partners in shaping the next decade of adaptation investments. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. I'll ask and invite Lynette to just head on over to the table there, and she'll be joined by a few other partners, and crucial to this, Victor Ndege being one of them, and the others that I will call as well. I will ask that Anais joins us for this picture as well, just after it is handed over. I do believe she gave the context that it had already been signed, given protocol, and once it is handed over in terms of, yes, Anais, you can join in and there in the picture, Joseph Murabula, tafadhali join us in this picture. Rispa, tafadhali join us in this picture. Dr. Kalua stepped out just for a minute, but I'll also ask that Ian joins us in this picture for the moment to celebrate this partnership that we have been given the context of between KCV and UNIDO. And yes, let's give them a hand, tafadhali, as this journey starts formally, and the moment there captured for accountability's sake based on what has been committed here. Congratulations to KCV and UNIDO on this partnership. All right, regarding cooperation to scale up climate resilience and adaptation finance in Africa. All right. Are we all smiled up? Oh, Brenda says you guys haven't smiled. Come on, face front. Brenda says it hasn't passed the test of smiles. For what it bears and what it has, the potential that it has, asante sana. All right, okay. You may have your seats, and I will call on Helena Lassen for the next picture, next partnership rather, just to give us some context on this. Partnership agreement between CARE Denmark and Kenya Climate Ventures in respect of implementation of a revolving fund for climate adaptation, technical assistance, and investment readiness support to early stage climate adaptation enterprises in Africa. Helena is ready. Give her a hand as she comes to the stage to give us a bit of a context on this. Tumpe makofi tafadhali. Najua tujakula lakini tunakula sasa hivi.
Hello everybody, distinguished guests. It's an honor to be here in Nairobi and join the Adaptation Investment Summit for Africa. I'm particularly excited to be in this very session where we are celebrating the moment where words get into action. Victor, I would just like to say my parents have always said to me, if you're the smartest person in the room, you are not in the right room. So I can say that I'm definitely in the right room today. So thank you very much for a very inspiring morning. I would also like to congratulate you and the whole Kenya Climate Venture of 10 years of climate impact investing. That's a no small feat or achievement. A warm congratulations to that. And then, of course, thank you very much for this opportunity to collaborate. At CARE, we believe the future of adaptation is local, and it can only be grown with bold, inclusive investment. We are confident that this partnership with KCV will extend access to critical financing and capital while delivering on real social and environmental impact, giving communities the chance to thrive and not only survive. For those of you maybe who are not familiar with CARE, CARE is a non-profit that has been founded already in 1945 and today works in over 120 countries across the globe. Last year alone, serving over close to 60 million individuals. We are not always fluent in the language that we hear in this room today and as well tomorrow. First loss guarantees, concessional pricing, patient capital, and so forth. But we spent decades working with climate-vulnerable communities, and we've seen firsthand how local enterprises, cooperatives, agribusinesses, water providers can drive real change. They all face the same barrier though, access to capital, access to finance. They are either too big for microfinance or they are too small for early commercial lenders. What they need is a modest working capital so they can get the next piece of the equipment, they can hire a couple of more individuals so that they can make the difference between an enterprise that stalls and the one that becomes a durable source for local jobs and resilience. That is what the Asili Fund will do. It is going to connect impact-driven and impact-ready local enterprises to adaptation-focused financing they otherwise can't reach. We are not starting from a blank page here. CARE already has project pipelines de-risked through philanthropic investment, which some of them you hopefully are going to have a chance to meet at the summit, or I invite you very warmly to visit them at the booth outside. This partnership is part of a broader shift for CARE Denmark in particularly, moving deliberately from grants-only models towards revolving blended finance. Asili Fund is a proof that shifts work in practice is happening and it's not just on paper. It has been mentioned earlier that Africa needs an estimated 100 billion by 2030 to meet the climate commitment. We see globally also that the aid budgets are shrinking and climate shocks are intensifying. We have to rethink how we partner, and we have to partner more broadly. Perhaps here in Kenya we have a very good example in the Shirika plan that shows us the way. So moving refugee hosting regions like Turkana and Garissa from aid dependency towards blended investable local economies. So putting governments, development finance and private capital all at one table. To the enterprises already building solutions in their communities, this fund is for you, the one that is being announced today. To fellow investors, help us grow it. CARE Denmark is proud to stand with Kenya Climate Venture today, not just to close a financing gap, but to give communities a chance to thrive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Helena. You can have a seat there right next to Victor, unless he has some comments to give. I think he just wants to symbolically append a signature there. And as we do that, and smile, Brenda repeats. Let's please smile, Helena and Victor. This is a special request by Brenda and from Brenda, who wears a beautiful smile herself, so she leads by example. And yes, let's give a hand as she signs, and as Victor signs as well. This is a partnership agreement between CARE Denmark and Kenya Climate Ventures in respect of implementation of a revolving fund for climate adaptation, technical assistance and investment readiness support to early stage climate adaptation enterprises in Africa. As they stand up for a picture, I'll ask that His Royal Highness please join us. His Royal Highness Tafadhali for the picture, as well as Joseph, Rispa and Ian. Let's join in for the picture and have this for the record. Let's give them a hand as they come up on stage as well. And encourage us all to please wear a smile. I know it indicates a lot of work coming up to implement, but it is something to celebrate, and that is why we're here to celebrate the same. Please, let's give them a round of applause as we celebrate this partnership between CARE Denmark and Kenya Climate Ventures. Asante sana, give me a thumbs up for those behind the camera if you're good with that, and you're happy with your smiles, so that we can give them an opportunity to have their seats. Asante. Thumbs up. Gosal, you may have your seats. And congratulations in advance as the implementation begins, the journey. Joseph, Ian, Rispa, His Royal Highness, please don't be tired. You'll be back up stage for more pictures. So be ready for that. But for the next announcement, this is in terms of the commencement of the Kenya-Uganda Adaptation Accelerator Program. I'd like to call on Ms. Anais Barisani to give us a context on this and also just to let us know what it means. And this is on unlocking investment in gender and youth-inclusive early growth stage adaptation, small and medium-sized enterprises in Kenya and Uganda to be implemented by UNIDO, Adelphi, Kenya Climate Ventures, Finding XY Uganda, Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, Kenya, and the Ministry of Finance in Uganda. Over to you.
So much. Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, everyone. Before I move to the official announcement, I would like to say how inspiring it has already been to be part of today's program here at the Adaptation Investment Summit for Africa. We have heard many insightful reflections on the urgent need to mobilize more investment into climate adaptation, the importance of partnerships, and the tremendous innovation that already exists across Africa. one message has come through very clearly. Capital exists, but the real question is, how do we unlock it for the enterprises that are already developing the solutions communities need? How do we bridge the gap between innovation and investment, between promising businesses and the finance that enables them to scale? It is therefore a real pleasure to stand here today and announce the commencement of the Kenya-Uganda Adaptation Accelerator. Today marks the beginning of a journey that has been several years in the making. Behind this program lies the dedication of many individuals and institutions who believe that women and youth-led adaptation SMEs deserve better access to finance, stronger ecosystems, and greater opportunities to scale their impact. This is a remarkable milestone for everyone who has contributed to bridging and bringing this initiative to life. It reflects not only hard work, but also the passion, commitment, and collaboration that exists across the adaptation community. Supported by the Adaptation Fund, this program will unlock investments in gender and youth-inclusive early growth stage adaptation SMEs in Kenya and Uganda. Together, we aim to strengthen the pipeline of investment-ready businesses, connect them with finance, and demonstrate that investing in the adaptation is both a climate imperative and a smart economic opportunity. The program is built on partnership. UNIDO is proud to implement this program together with Adelphi, Kenya Climate Ventures, Finding XY, the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry of Kenya, and the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development of Uganda. Each partner brings unique expertise, and together we're building an ecosystem that enables adaptation enterprises to thrive. As you heard before, at UNIDO, we firmly believe that climate adaptation is not only about reducing risks, but also about fostering innovation, strengthening resilient industries, creating decent jobs, and unlocking new opportunities for sustainable development. This afternoon, I would like to warmly invite all of you to join us for the official launch of the Kenya-Uganda Adaptation Accelerator. There, we will delve deeper into the technical design of the program, explain how the accelerator will work in practice, and discuss the partnership behind it. Most importantly, we are looking forward to hearing your perspectives. The voices in the room, investors, entrepreneurs, policymakers, and partners will be essential in shaping the success of this initiative. Today, we celebrate not only the launch of the program, but the beginning of a shared commitment to make adaptation finance work better for entrepreneurs who already are building the resilient economies of tomorrow. With that, it is my honor to announce officially the commencement of the Kenya-Uganda Adaptation Accelerator program. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that context that you have given us. Nice. And this is in particular for the announcement of commencement of the Kenya-Uganda Adaptation Accelerator Program on unlocking investments in gender and youth-inclusive early growth stage adaptation, small and medium-sized enterprises in Kenya and Uganda. And all the best as we move forward to making it reality. Up next, for another commencement, we'd like to call on Mr. Arnon Arbel, the Minister for Economic Affairs, Head of Economic Mission of Israel to Kenya, to come up on stage for the announcement of a new program by Nura Global Innovation for Climate Resilience and Adaptation in Kenya. Please give him a hand as he comes up on stage, and I will direct our attention to the screen. I believe there is a video that will give us context, Mr. Arnon, and we can watch that and then hand it over to you. Okay, after you speak, all right, you can go ahead first. Sure.
Oh, hi, good afternoon. So I have the challenge to stand here and separate you and lunch. So I'll do it fast, I'll do it quick. So it is a great privilege to me to be here at the Adaptation Investment Summit for Africa 2026. I would like to begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to Victor and the KCV team for holding this very important conference. Sorry. Climate change is no longer a future challenge. It is today's reality. Across Africa, we are witnessing prolonged droughts, devastating floods, food insecurity, and increasing pressure on water and energy resources. The question is, how do we create an environment where innovation can flourish and where private capital is willing to invest in climate solutions at scale? And from my perspective, how can government support this? Too often, governments ask themselves how much money they should allocate for innovation. While public investment certainly has an important role, I believe governments possess a pivotal role in providing the base that either supports or deters the creation of an innovative climate ecosystem. First, governments can encourage private sector investments through smart incentives and enabling regulation. Investors seek certainty, entrepreneurs seek opportunity. A predictable regulatory environment and well-designed incentives can unlock investments that far exceed what governments could finance on their own. Second, and perhaps more importantly, governments can become facilitators of collaboration. Imagine an ecosystem where universities conduct research with a clear understanding of industry needs, where startups have direct access to investors and corporate partners, where companies can identify emerging technologies before their competitors, and where policymakers ensure that all these players speak the same language and pursue common objectives. This does not necessarily require large government budgets. It does not necessarily require new legislation. What it requires is leadership. Leadership that connects people, leadership that removes barriers, leadership that creates opportunities for knowledge sharing and collaboration. When these connections exist, everybody benefits. The approach has been adopted by the Israeli government throughout the years in many subsectors and many segments. For example, for the water ecosystem, for the water innovation ecosystem, we created such a platform where only two people from the government held this platform that did all the connectivity. Israel is a small country with very limited natural resources. We could not rely on abundant land, water, or mineral. Instead, we invested in our greatest renewable resource, human creativity. Over the years, Israel built a culture that encourages collaboration between academia, entrepreneurs, industry, investors, and government. The ecosystem has produced world-known innovations in agriculture, water management, ICT, food technology, climate resilience, and more. The lesson is clear. Innovation does not happen in isolation. It happens when people with different expertise work together toward a common goal. This brings me to my second and last point. Bear with me. People often ask, what makes a technology a successful one? Many assume it is the sophistication of the technology or the brilliance of the engineering. Those are important, but they are not enough. A technology becomes successful when it solves a real problem that the market needs to be solved, when it gaps a chasm. That is precisely what Noura Global Innovation Lab is doing. Noura Global Innovation Lab connects innovators and partners in developing countries, in Africa and in Kenya especially, so that they can join forces to find solutions to relevant challenges in various sectors. Noura created a model that follows the startup all the way from idea to a well-developed solution that is tailor-made for the market needs. This model significantly increases the likelihood of adaptation, investment, and long-term impact. I'm happy to be partner of the Noura Global Innovation Lab, and I'm proud to announce the new Climate Resilience and Adaptation Directive they initiate these days. I take this opportunity to ask you to connect with us and to join this initiative. Together, we can build ecosystems where great ideas become successful business, where successful businesses strengthen communities, and where strong communities become more resilient in the face of climate change. Thank you very much, and please stay a few minutes to see what is the Noura Global Innovation Organization is doing, and after that, enjoy lunch. Thank you.
Asante sana. Yes, our attention to the screens now.
Hi, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here with you this morning, joining remotely from Tel Aviv. My name is Chagit Freud, and I'm the Managing Director of Noura Global Innovation Lab. We're an Israeli non-profit, non-governmental, working in Kenya around areas of climate adaptation and markets, and so happy to be able to join remotely and share our approach and some of our projects currently about to be launched with partners in Kenya, and hopefully be able to collaborate with some of you in the crowd and continue this conversation virtually post the event. So, Noura Global Innovation Lab acknowledge something that we all know, that the world is full of innovation, it's full of technologies, it's full of great solutions, and we're using technology to address and try and solve some of the most pressing challenges of our time. However, the benefits and where these technologies are aimed at doesn't necessarily share equally around the world and doesn't reach necessarily the place where it's needed the most. And to some extent, that's also true for Israeli innovation. And we're trying to change that, driven from a belief that technology has transformative values and that we want to live our values through technology. We want to harness the great capabilities that exist in Israel around tech and innovation and couple them with realities on the ground across low and middle income countries where we could together curate solutions for those pressing needs. And so at Noura, we try to build a bridge between Israeli innovation and development, and we do it with great intention and humility, committed to the impact on the ground and committed to working hand in hand with partners who knows the realities that we're jointly trying to solve for. Our work is roughly worked around 3 pillars. The first one is early stage innovation and venture builders. So we're trying to grow new tech solution, new tech ventures, which are emerging market first, which are geared to begin with to solve challenges on the ground. The second pillar of our work is working with existing technologies on the shelf here in Israel. There are great solutions that have been developed for our local context, for the US context, for the European context, and might be suitable for the Kenyan context as well. However, it's usually and most probably not a plug and play, and so there's a serious need for adaptation of the business model, of the approach, sometimes of the product itself, and sometimes it's even a full repurposing of what the technology is doing. But while doing that, there's a great impact potential for that. And the third pillar of our work is acting as the Israeli hub for innovation for development, connected to many global players who are working on innovation for development, and building partnerships, generating knowledge, generating and advising policy here in Israel, and trying to really make sure that what we do here in Israel connects to the global scene, and what is happening on the global scene is also feeding the work that we do in Israel. And so I'd like to share some of the work we're doing in these areas, which is focused primarily on Kenya and on climate adaptation. So as I mentioned, we have a venture builder. It's called the First Challenge, and we're getting ready to launch the 8th edition of this venture builder. I believe some of the partners in the ground seeing this right now.
Hi, good morning.
It's
It's a pleasure to be here with you this morning.
in the
Joining
First
my
Challenge.
from Tel Aviv.
It's a program
My name
that
is Higit
brings
Freud, and
promising
I'm the managing
early-stage
director
Israeli
of NORA, Global Innovation Lab. We're an Israeli non-profit, non-governmental, working in Kenya around areas of climate adaptation and markets, and so happy to be able to join remotely and share. I believe some of you are here in the room. We've identified the following 3 pillars as the main areas where there's the greatest need for technology and innovation to chip in and drive resilience. The first one is around resilient food systems and climate adaptation. Second pillar is around resilient infrastructure and supply chain. And the third pillar is around resilient finance and business continuity. And so we're soon to launch in Israel a call for application and call our partners and call on early stage entrepreneurs and early stage ventures here in Israel to submit ideas which meets those needs. We'll select the most promising ideas and run them through a quite extensive training program here in Israel. As part of the program, the ventures will also be sent to an evaluation and endorsement process by our partners in the field. And the most promising and high impact, but also sustainably and viable ventures would travel to Kenya in late February, early March to participate in the Argyle Summit, and also spend 2 weeks in Kenya to meet partners and meet and see the realities on the ground and validate the solution and get the insight they need to continue and build it. And after that, we'll continue escorting and supporting them as they go on and develop ventures. We have a track record of growing some successful and impactful companies, and we hope that this year we'll be able to grow a few new companies which would really meet resilience challenges on the ground. And so if there's any partner here in the room who's in the innovation space, investment space, working around the resilient teams which I mentioned, we'd love to be in touch and find ways to connect your work to the work that we will be doing, and see if there's synergies within the ventures we bring, and that we could contribute to the goals that you're trying to achieve. I'd like to present another program which we're launching soon, which is called the Water Access Catalyst. That's not an early stage program. It is more for advanced and mature companies from here in Israel. Many of you might have known that Israel is known globally for its very developed and resilient water ecosystem. We live in a rather dry and water scarce area, and yet we're very much water secured to both advanced technologies such as desalination and wastewater recycling. And so there's great wealth of knowledge, infrastructure, policy, and innovation here. And we all know that there's immense challenges on the ground, which are also being exacerbated by climate realities and climate change and growing population, which is in demand for better solutions to bring clean water and clean sanitation to all. And what we hope to do in this program is match proven Israeli water solutions with needs on the ground of partners working in the wash sector. We're looking at players from the public sector, from the private sector, from the nonprofit sector, whoever is involved in water, and we know it goes all across the chain, and trying to see if there's proven technologies that have worked in Israel that could be utilized to better solve and better address some of the needs on the ground. We're in the process of onboarding partners and identifying the needs, and have already came up with a few strong themes which we think there's both a real need on the ground and an opportunity to bring some of the technologies and solutions that we know of here in Israel. And what the matchmaking would do is, again, after understanding the need on the ground, curate the matchmaking process and find relevant technologies and support partners in East Africa and Israeli companies in the partnership building process and understanding what is it that they can do together. And we're also bringing in small but catalytic and we believe significant funding to de-risk the initial joint work. And we're looking to fund feasibility studies and small pilots and see that we are bringing partners in the wash sector and Israeli companies to work together and hopefully be able to scale the most promising solutions that will come out of this joint work at the Water Access Catalyst. So I'll say in general, again, in the field of climate, we're always in the business. We're in the business of solving challenges, and we're always looking for partners who could shed light on needs. And we'll be happy to be in touch with any actor in the innovation ecosystem who's looking to exchange and collaborate with Israeli expertise, as well as with any partner on the ground who want to explore certain needs and challenges and see if there might be approaches that we could bring here and ways to work together. We're true believers in cross-sectorial and cross-border partnership, and
Please share that. Perhaps it was cut at the tail end of the video. We have the last partnership announcement to be made. Thank you for your attention and your patience, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call on William Lay, who is the Senior Program Manager for Clean Energy Access and CLASP, who's been here on stage for the announcement of a new regional investment in 20 climate adaptation enterprises under CLASP Productive Use Financing Facility, PUF, in Kenya, Nigeria, and Ethiopia. A hand for William Tafadhali.
Thank you very much, Mark. I think the lunch is now elusive, so we're not very sure whether it even exists at this point. But good afternoon, everyone. Glad to be here. All the distinguished guests, it's a pleasure to be here today with all of you. And also just in terms of joining KCV in this inauguration of the Adaptation Investment Summit for Africa. I'd like to thank KCV as well, UNIDO, Impact Invest in Kenya, here Denmark, Danida as well, and all other institutions that we have been partnering with to be able to bring this summit to fruition. The theme of today's summit, which is accelerating climate adaptation, finance, and innovation for resilient Africa, deeply resonates with me and the work that we do at CLASP. Over the years, I have been privileged to engage with a lot of entrepreneurs, businesses across the continent, and on these various different sustainability initiatives. Through these engagements, through these initiatives, I have seen how many of them are impacting innovative technologies to be able to stay in touch with the changing environment. The futuristic approach to doing business in today's world gives me a lot of hope. It is clear to me that the groundwork is already done, and most of it is basically set ourselves for resilience. The growing climate crisis across the continent represents a huge challenge for the private sector and also for governments. The crisis calls for immediate and collaborative action across multiple sectors and levels to solve these emerging challenges that are also linked to a lot of economic disruptions as well as public health. Together with the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, which is represented in the room, we have managed, we manage as CLASP what we call the Productive Use Financing Facility. And this facility was basically set up with a clear goal to address the current financing problems faced by farmers and entrepreneurs across the continent. The facility makes it easier for small businesses and entrepreneurs to buy energy-efficient equipment and technologies, such as solar water pumps, mills, refrigeration, and all this sort of equipment at favorable prices. The first phase of this project was supported a couple of years ago and has been able to distribute over 16,000 different appliances and improve the lives of more than 58,000 households across sub-Saharan Africa. So today, this facility is actually rolling out support for an additional 19 entrepreneurs who in total or combined are going to be able to deploy an additional 3,000 units of productive use equipment and create over 3,000 green jobs across Ethiopia, Kenya, and Nigeria. The productive use of clean energy appliances are now providing more value to farmers and to entrepreneurs across the continent. Solar water pumps, as has been mentioned before, are now enabling irrigation in dry areas, which means farmers can now be able to grow crops all year round. Solar cold rooms as well are also helping farmers to better handle their produce and also supporting cutting post-harvest loss by over 40%. And especially in Kiambu, where we have one of the companies that we've supported, they are now serving more than 2,500 farmers. And this is the kind of impact that we are looking at as CLASP, and we are so proud to be of. So the PAF funding model has been successful in getting appliances to end users primarily because of how it's deployed. We combine subsidies and grants as well as technical assistance support for the beneficiaries to be able to reduce the prices of for end users and also to de-risk the manufacturing and supply of these particular appliances. So we continue working on market development and expansion to ensure that we have lasting adaptive outcomes. We are also continuously working to pull together women at the center of the adaptation portfolio, and I'm happy to report that the current portfolio that we have is actually majority invested into women-led or women-owned businesses. We now have our own Vision 2030, where we are targeting to deploy more than 10,000 appliances and create more than 3,000 green jobs across the continent. We have been smart in starting this journey early, but we also are wise enough to know that we cannot do it on our own. So we invite you, all the organizations in the room, to be able to join us as we work towards unlocking this finance. So in conclusion, I'd start by mentioning that the groundwork has already been done, which is a good thing. But now the next step is to actually take it to the marketplace and deploy these technologies, which are also very ready and also market tested. So what remains is also the investment in financing models that will be able to speak to the entrepreneurs in the room. I know it had been mentioned earlier in one of the panels. And of this, I strongly believe that the solutions needed to take this continent to the next level are right here in this room. Climate adaptation is often viewed at a cost, but we view it a bit differently. It is one of the greatest investment opportunities that lays in Africa and that we have in the room today. So when we invest in these businesses, helping communities adapt, we are not only supporting the businesses, but we are also responding to climate change. We are creating also jobs, and we are also strengthening the local economies of the markets that different organizations represented here work in. And thereby, we are also building a resilient future. So that is the opportunity that I think will leave in the room. And as you go for lunch, hopefully, you'll be able to savor this. So thank you very much for this opportunity for KCV to introduce this particular project with CLASP. And we look forward to further engagements and further discussions as the next couple of days go by. So thank you very much.
Thank you, William, and I believe you'd want to be joined on stage just for purposes of archiving this moment and the start of the journey. And I'll call on Abigail Kuria from CLASP, as well as Shianda Njogu from GEA. Tafadhali, if you are close by, yes, Tafadhali, join us on stage for this picture. And as they come on stage, this is just for the realization and the commencement of the new regional investments in 20 climate adaptation enterprises under CLASP's Productive Use Financing Facility PUF in Kenya, Nigeria, and Ethiopia. A hand for them as they take a picture, just to appreciate this moment and the journey that begins. And well in to all represented, and as William has said, he believes everyone in this room has a part to play, and you can join in making this a realization. Smile, William. Yes, there you go. There you go. There you go. And William, yes, there is lunch. I believe it's even 3-course. So yes, you can have your seats as we head on to lunch. And just to bring your attention to this book, as you head on for lunch, one of the things that you will discover is there's a really good exhibition area that has been set up for you. In fact, the team members that have been manning those booths are wondering, where are they? I believe there are about 40 odd booths that are already on standby for you. Well set up, you can interact over lunch break. As you head out, please make sure you get a lunch voucher that you'll be able to access the lunch area, which is just after this big white tent and dome where the exhibition is, to the other end where we'll have lunch at the Argyle Hotel, Grand Hotel. And we're given a 1-hour break, so we are praying that you be here back in an hour, which is at 4 p.m. for the sessions that are on the agenda. And if Chelsea can just put that page up, which I believe you can access using the email confirmation that you all got to confirm your attendance, you will be able to look at the program and the rooms that you will need to go to for the breakout session. Speaking of which, please head out with your bags and your belongings, because when you come back here, it'll look a bit different. It'll be room 1, 2, 3. It'll be split up, so we also need the room and the space to move things around to make sure that they're ready technically for audio and visual. So there will be Victoria 1, Victoria 2, Victoria 3. We have Kifaru and Nyati, which is a breakout room that is next to the registration desk, which I'm sure we all went through as we were making our way here for the plenary session. So we will be back, of course, for plenary in the morning together, but for this particular day, we will be getting into breakout sessions. So the ones that you're keen on, yes, thank you very much, Chelsea, the rooms that you can access there, and we have 8 sessions to clear. There will be 4 simultaneous ones. So session 1, 2, 3, and 4 will go ahead after lunch break for about an hour, 45 minutes, and this will be session 1, 2, 3, and 4 as indicated in the program, and session 5, 6, 7, and 8 will follow that. And I'm told the title for the session 8 is actually just needs a bit of tweaking in terms of what it represents, and the correct title should be Investing in Water, Investing in Adaptation, Waste and Wastewater Management as Climate Adaptation Investments. Kifo and team, we will have the team that is here. We should just raise your hand so that they can see you and come and interact with you during your session. Don't be shy. Come on, yeah, raise your hand. She's part of the team that will be running that session. We just needed to tweak the wording there that is in the program. But please refer to your program. But for now, head on out, interact, get to meet the teams that are there at the exhibition area. Carry your belongings, please, because if you leave them, it'll be a bit hard to track them because the room will look different. It'll be a long afternoon. And also, as you head out, something else you will see just next to the registration desk, Green for Life. This is a book by Dr. Isaac Kalua, who has been with us in the morning. And if you get this, the proceeds, of course, will go to support this particular summit in terms of accelerating climate adaptation finance.